And we are live. Let's just set up all of our stuff. I might have to do two things before I actually can start working. But other than that, we should be good. Yeah, it looks like the stream is up again. So then first I have to open some letters that I got. Hoping that there's nothing bad inside. Anything that I forgot. So here we go. Just some advertisement for stuff, so nothing too important. Alright, so it's the first day, and the fourth day at the first. And we got a lot of stuff to cover before we can... Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to cover before we can go ahead and launch the game fully. We got a lot of to-do lists left. On the third day yesterday, I created a station module, which is the docking module. I only made a 30-minute stream yesterday because I didn't have more time for it. I am going to send out the Discord notifications now. So, let's see. This guy released a new video, which might be cool. It's like a channel that does like Star Wars ambience music of different locations. Some of them are looking good, and some of them are not so nice. There was one, I think he uploaded half a year ago, if not even longer, which was a Star Wars ambience personal hangar, and I really like that one. I think it was just like an AI generated image, but like the feeling and the vibe was really good. Together with just having completed Star Wars, like I watched almost every single thing that you can watch about Star Wars, except from the Lego stuff. I haven't gotten around to watch all of the Lego stuff yet. Yeah? Okay. So that's one cool thing. My father just called me to come eat, so perfect timing. I'll just quickly search for this one video. It's like a safe house. They were always cool, like the feeling about it. Like having your own safe house just sounds cool. That's one of them, but not the one that I wanted. I think some of these are just like from the Star Wars games, like Battlefield and stuff. But this one, it was this one. I really like the ship. Just this one. A little bit of smoke, but nothing too much going on. And just listening to that is just super cool. I will send the link in the channel so you can listen to it. I will put a text up that says, where's the text that I'm be back in Let's just put this into, see if that's correctly. Grabbing some food in the minutes. It looks like it's spelled correctly, so there we go. Scale it up. And then I'll leave you with the channel. Back in a few minutes, I'm gonna disable the Godot ad so that you can see the channel name and everything if you want to check it out. So I see you in a second. After that, we're also gonna pop our Monster Energy drink. Oh, just stocked up on a few new ones. So I got 3 new ones. We got the normal one. We got the Bad Apple, which I think is the only one of the collection that I really like that doesn't take like Cola or Fanta or Capri Sun, which you already know. And then we also got like your energy, your gym thing for extra 0. I don't know why a gym, but probably to have some stuff inside which people think makes them work out better, give them more energy. So we tried this one as well. I haven't tried this one in a long time, but I'm back in a few seconds. So we're back. We got 2 viewers. So joined now. Let's turn off our text here. No, that's the screen. There, grabbing some food. So let's make the Discord announcement. So, and then the stream link. Oh, I didn't copy the link. Okay. Copy link. And send. We're gonna send it to the other community as well. I sent. Okay, I accidentally tagged myself in it. Oh, is this the same text? Okay. So now the message is sent out. Gotta send it to two guys on WhatsApp. So we got the message here. Yo, what's up? Pixel test. Was just about to message you about the voice acting and so on. Some more chat with GPT right here discussing costs and so on. I don't think we did this on stream. I'm just gonna send you the script again. I'll send you the thing with the tell him that it is ChatGPT and that it isn't necessarily the final like how it is recorded, what we show in the thing. Just tell him that this is the voice line, what we talked about, like the kind of style, like emotionalist a little bit, but still looking forward to the future, talking, basically what we discussed. So just send him this. Just tell him like if he's fine with like $10 for this, or ask him what price you want. Or just popping the OG Monster Energy drink here. That's tasting better than the other stuff we tried. That's your original piss taste here. So, we got our music up somewhat. Got our personal safe house here for the music today. I sent it in the chat. So, This one doesn't look so good. You see way too much that it is AI. So it also looks interesting, but it's always the same dynamic. I watched this one before. I didn't like it too much. There's not like a great view. But like I will have this up the whole time on the left side, but yeah. This one right here is my favorite, I think, so far on the channel. Don't think it performs so far. Yeah, always. Also sent a message here. And we got 360 subscribers by now, which is great. I think I gained 6 subscribers over the last week. If we keep this up, we might hit 1,000 subscribers in a year or so. But I guess it's compounding growth. The more subscribers I get, the more I'm recommended to other people. And the more I'll grow. At least to 1,000 subscribers, I guess. But I will also have to upload more normal videos again. By editing. I'm working on a new video right now. Or not this week, but I have it recorded already. Like voice acting. The voice recorded. I just have to now get everything, the editing and everything that I want to show in the video up. This shouldn't take too long. Hopefully, I'll give it another week or two max, and then I have a new video about the difference between solo project management and working in a team and managing the project. And why teams are more performant or more staying on track and not like going around. Of course, this always also happens in teams where they get off track and work on stuff that isn't important. But you have one person whose whole job is that the team is focused on the right goals, which in agile team would be the Scrum manager, who looks at the task, who looks at everything that is going on, looks at the task that they are planned correctly for everybody, the structure that everybody has everything what they need. I just talked to one yesterday on the Christmas party, and there he also said that the Scrum Master doesn't tell you what to do, how to do it. A Scrum Master is there to provide you with everything that you need so that you can work and can process. So if you need any tools, any assistance, any people that help you with it, any assets for your work, the right structure for your work, and so on. That's the Scrum Master's job so far. I will have to do some more. I skipped a little bit of the exact team management because I'm not too deep into it yet. But I might be able to get a few other people for the next video that might be able to explain it better, which would be interesting if they're up for it. As you shown like the different sides, because so far I mostly worked on solo projects, even at a company. Of course I was working in a team, but I was more getting my own project that I was basically working on my own. I just worked in the team, but I didn't have direct tasks in the team, or that the other team members had as well. I'm still an apprenticeship. I only was in the departments for 4 months at a time. Or 3 to 4 months at a time. There's also the Baxter just wrote his friend who might do the voice acting for our trailer if we can get everything up and running in time. Was also at a Christmas party and up until 4 a.m. And to that yesterday I was up until 6 a.m. That's why I'm starting so late the stream. I was up until 6 a.m. this morning. Not because I was at the party, but because I just watched YouTube and I couldn't sleep, so I just continued watching YouTube for like 6 hours straight, which is insane. I guess I catched up on all the YouTube that I watched didn't watch the last few days. So, not too proud of that, but can't change it now. Just focusing ahead. focusing on our project now. So we got a couple of things to do today. I think the most important thing that we need to focus on today is the start and end sections. Or the start section, not so much, you just spawn there. But I guess start section would be cool. Let's make it just... So we can make this to true. No, here. Done folder. And we have to move all of that up one day, because yesterday I was only to work for 30 minutes because I woke up quite late again. Or also only like 6 or 7 hours of sleep. But yeah, we'll get along with it. After that, I want to make the parallax background to get some more interesting things for even clear sections. Like have some more things going on in the theme. We can just get a simple tutorial there. I already got one from like an asteroids game, which will probably work for our thing as well. Where did I? There, Euro. I was just confused. Take damage when crashing. I don't think we will be able to get this done today. The basic sonar will also something be for probably the 6 days on 2 days. Upgrades and so on will also be tough. We might have to cut down a little bit on the vision. We got... This is the module that I made. I don't know. I don't think I showed this in the stream. I think I worked on this yesterday after I came from the Christmas party for a little bit. But I was just too tired. Or not too tired. I knew that I didn't want to do too long. So I just did like 30 minutes to an hour of work here. Watched a little bit of YouTube stuff on the side. What did I watch? Yeah, YouTube and then some other stuff. So, yeah. But, and station. So, we'll put this into our nice cursor thing here. I hope that I still have the paid plan, because I don't have too much money right now on my Trade Republic account, over which the cursor is transacted over. So I have to fill up the thing again. Let me just check how much balance I have on there, and then I will give it the money. Not that Trade Republic is, not that cursor just quits on me and I won't be able to vibe code my stuff. So, what all my stocks are doing. Yeah, everything is in the red. Perfect. So far I only have like money in like the MSCI World and Kraken Robotics. But I guess Kraken Robotics was more of like a fun investment with like $30. And MSCI World is also only like 200 euros. Yeah, I don't want to get an actual credit card, because I know I will overspend it, and if I overspend it, but I don't want to get into like any credit debt or anything like that. So I only have my Trade Republic thing, which is can't go into the minus there, because it's just a debit card, I think. That's what you call it. And I just run all of my like transactions over there, which are like monthly repayments. Mostly it is for my hard Godot app, the payments that I have to do for server cost and development tools. But we should be fine. I'm just gonna send a couple more bucks to it. then we are good to go. In the meantime, we can already tell here the planning. So, as you can see, I added the end station, and you know that the run manager should spawn this end station above the player in the let's make this in the run manager chat as well. Oh, what do you mean, like on Trade Republic, or what exactly do you mean? Pixel test. Template, and I want to send $50 over there. Yeah, don't need to add memo. Whoa! No, don't want to put 200,000 there. Accidentally clicked on 100,000. I don't have that much money, sadly, on my account. There's a premium subscription on Trade Republic, or what do you mean, like? Or which software do you mean? I know that if you I think here Cursor tried to charge the card 2 times now. But it didn't cancel my subscription yet. I guess it runs for like a week or so longer before they actually cancel it. Basically, I did the whole setup inside of Stripe, which most payments or like most services use, I think, because it's one of the easiest payment transaction tools, which offers like a lot of features. You can set up a few of like those boundaries when it should say like card has cancelled, and then it triggers like a cloud function or just a API call, makes an API call to your backend, and then this can manage a couple of different things, how the user account should be handled. And I guess some apps have it set up that you still have it for like a week or so, or they tried 3 times, try 3 days and charge you the card 3 times. So for some reason, if the payment didn't go through, for there was like a error or the user charged this card again, then it tried 3 times so far, and after that I saw that they then canceled the subscription. I just missed it for some other service, which tried to charge me like $10 or something for, what was it? It was, I think it was Google Play. No, not Google Play. It was, I call it here the Google Cloud. For the app. I didn't know that they would charge me $7, but apparently my free trial had ran out, and my cloud functions got a lot of calls on my testing, so they charged me $7 for it. And I had to set up my card again, or verify that the card is actually correct. Oh, 3 months. Okay, then just they just have like a really bad developer that does their setup for them. Because usually premium subscriptions aren't there just because to get more money for you, or at least that's how they should be. They should be there, like monthly subscription shouldn't be there for, oh, we have this thing and we want extra money and we put some time in it and then that's it. I think there's like a lot of people that, or like a lot of companies that use this incorrectly, or not incorrectly, but not how you should use monthly subscriptions. You use a monthly subscription because they have a running cost of your account. For example, with Godot, I have a running subscription because I pay for the AI cost, for server, for storage, and I pay this monthly. So you could pay like monthly or one-time payment, but then this has to be so much that it basically covers all of the lifetime of the user, which doesn't really make sense to pay it up front. I guess some people, it's better to have like this one big payment for the business and also for the person as well, because they have a upfront thing, then how much it costs, then they will pay it once and then that's over, you have the thing. But it just doesn't really work with current apps that well, because they always have like some kind of backend that checks the user. Even light backends cost you some amount of money, even if that's just a few cents a month, if on a really lightweight system or really lightweight backend, which just maybe pushes a bit of data around, but you still have cost. There's money on the card and it still says there's an error with it. Okay, then I didn't get too deep into the payment stuff. I tried to make it as safe and secure as I can with Godot and make everything to the best standards, that there's nothing going wrong with the card handling. So at the slightest error of the card not handling or so, I just say, yeah, card declined, doesn't work. So also, yeah, I don't know. I'm not here to fix their their app right now, their payment system. We gotta focus on our mission here. So I sent this money right. Send the money just to be sure that it just didn't stop in the middle. Yep, the money was sent, so we should be good. So as you can see, I added the end station. And on the end station, there is an area 2D, which box collider is beneath it. And when you enter that box collider, I want the end function to be triggered. I think you implemented it on the run manager, where there is this function that should be called once you dock at the station, which basically sends a signal that the game is over or the run is over, the player completed the run. So I want you to connect them up correctly, so that the end station first of all is spawned in the end section spawn script, and then that is always above the player, not adjusting its location, but as soon as the player enters this that section, the end station will be spawned above the player. And then once he flies there, he has to get to the docking module. And on the docking module, he just flies into it. And when he's in that collider, we want to trigger this run over signal. So connect this up how you want it to be, how it is usually done in Godot. So let me know if you have any more questions, and then we will implement this spawning and then ending the run. And ending the run should right now just restart the scene, or basically add another scene, which will show you like the statistics of that run. Right now you can just fill it with placeholders where stuff is not really that sure yet, but yeah, you can just fill it with placeholders for now. Or maybe just add the length of the run and how many sections there were and which sections the player flow through. But we don't have like a money yet that is calculated by that. I will do this later. So just make this section, the player will be teleported there, or will be going into that different screen. And then when he clicks continue or next run, he will just be getting back to the scene that manages the run. So implement that, You can decide yourself if this extra menu is just a menu on top of the current, inside of the run manager, or inside of the run scene, or if that's a separate scene. Decide what is easier, what is best for the longer term, and together with our, if it makes sense with the game itself, how it should be structured and so on. So, send it. Now I'm telling you, this is peak. Way better than this weird tasting energy. The other ones, they were just taste like Fanta, which does mix too well with energy drinks. It's not like this. I think the only one that I really liked so far, also not too many, like every now and then, was this Bad Apple right here. It's like a unique taste. I think Bad Apple is also like another drink. I definitely know it. I think. Let me just check if that's some alcoholic drink or something. I think I never had like. Oh, I think that's just Monster. No, it's not. No, then it's just for Monster. I know that. Okay, I think I know where I heard Bad Apple. It was from this one, this intro, which people like program and different like physics simulation and so. There was here Sebastian Lagu. I didn't know how to spell his name or the last name. Here he just made the new, I guess, with smoke simulation. Then a couple months ago he also made the same thing but with like physics, fluid physics, which is just absolutely insane. I hope I'm not getting copyright striked or anything. This guy does some crazy code works, which just like in Unity they did like a tutorial series on. He did like a tutorial series on how to make like procedurally generated islands or like maps in general, which was really, really well received. Let's see if we can find it. And he made some cool games about with like cool mechanics. So like every developer's dream to make like games with like super cool mechanics. And he had like this devlog series. We made like a variety of really cool games, like a submarine game, like completely procedurally generated planets. This was one of my favorite developers, I think, and from him I really liked this like procedurally generated planets, which is basically made like a space game with it, where you can fly to these planets. You can land on them and they're like orbiting each other with like realistic graphics and so on. And I just really enjoyed this tutorial. And then he made like with with the noise, Perle noise here, with like Perle noise function, he like made the ground randomly generated and then some other cool ass math to make like these asteroids, which you can then adjust like craters and everything. And he made this to like realistic looking planets, kind of like what we have with our pixel art generator that we used. And in the end you have like these planets, which is just super, super cool. And then he in this tutorial he added like an atmosphere and everything to them. Would be cool if we can scale our game right now to that. But let's not get sidetracked here too much. Let's see what our AI did. I didn't put too much effort into it, into like investing. I don't have enough money for that right now. I always spend it already on like a car, on my driver's license, on. I think over the past 5 months I didn't make big dumb investments. Of course, here and there I spent like $10 on stuff and a subscription that was like unnecessary, but I didn't buy any big stuff which like directly halved my account. It's just like paying off the dumb stuff that I did before, trying to save up a little bit. I guess with my hard Godot development, I spent a lot of money. I think in total I spent what I spent 160 euros a month for the first 4. Then Flutterflow reduced their prices, so now I think I spent like 120 a month. In Trade Republic, I just use it to invest in the MSCI World a little bit. I try to get a little bit of money there every now and then when I get like extra bonuses from work, like holiday money and so on, and I don't have to pay like a car and insurance and all of that. So I put that into the MSCI World just to have some savings. Right now it's not like it doesn't make sense to have it in there and then just think, oh yeah, in 2 months I make more money with it. Right now I'm just in the minus. Every time I invest a little bit in it, I'm always like 1 to 5% in the minus for a couple of months, and then, but before I invested this 100 euro ago, I was 1% in plus. So if you just have it stacking over there, the MSCI World will go up over time. I just use it to store money, and that gets a little bit of a compounding growth. It's what euros is not much, but it's some emergency money for if something should happen. And then I spent like $50 on Kraken Robotics, which basically is a battery supplier for Andreal. I don't know, it's like a weapons manufacturer in the USA, which does like autonomous. They are a private company, and they were actually founded by the developer of the Oculus Quest, or of the Meta Quest, it's called today. And the guy who developed these is now like a weapons manufacturer, and he is Palmer Lucky. I'm just gonna show you. This guy is such a character. Palmer Lucky here. This guy, and he's known for just building weapons and just going to work like this with like Hawaii shirt, like flip flops, and just this is the guy of like a what is this? Andreal stock. Do they have a don't have a stock? Valuation. Yeah, 30 billion company, which makes like weapons, which is so yeah, just look at him. Just look at a few interviews. This guy is so cool. He also made like a death headset, which basically is from Sword Art Online. Basically has like a gun inside of them, and if you die in game, you just die. In real life, he made it as a meme. But if you know, like Sword Art Online was like an anime about people that have like a full dive headset where you're like fully immersed in it, where it directly connects with your brain. And the guy made like an MMORPG in that anime. And once you're trapped, or once you start playing the game and the game started, all of the players that were inside of there weren't capable of logging out, or if they die in the game, they would send like a shock to the brain and would kill people. And the whole anime was about that. So it got really popular and got a lot of people to like VR headsets, which boosted the industry. And I guess he's also like a total nerd and weeboo. And he just rebuilt the headset, which is just the Crazy guy. Just watch like a documentary about him. Emerging market 6%. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess Trump made a little bit of had a little bit of a nice thing. Can I show this on the stream? Wait, did I just what do you have like okay, yeah, MSCI World. Yeah. I think the MSCI World is just to get some money and then emerging markets. Yeah, as I said, I didn't put too much effort into it. I just asked a few classmates who made some good money or are like 30 years old already and have some good investments in them. And I just asked them what I should invest in, like small amounts and just MSCI World just to be safe. You won't make a big return on it as long as you're not as long as you didn't invest while this happened right here. I think then you're not gonna make a big return. You should have invested a lot of money right here. You would have probably made like 20% or something. Yeah, doesn't matter. We're here for a development. Let's finish up our end station so that we can actually get a well-rounded game loop up and running, so that we can polish up stuff, we can add more sections as we go, and we are able to work on the galaxy map, which I want to implement as well. But we'll see how we'll do with the galaxy map. How should the result screen be implemented? How should the separate scenes, switch scenes, better for future expansion. Overlay simpler, keeps run scene active. Paused overlay, freezes game, shows UI on top. Yeah, then just make separate scene. It's easier to manage in our game. We don't have too much overhead in one scene. Like scrambling with nodes. What should happen when restarting / continuing? Generate new random run. New section, new length. Keep same hyperlane length, but regenerate sections. Accept them for testing. No, let's just... Oh, okay. I was worried that I might show, like, your investment portfolio or your bank account or something. I don't want to do that. But yeah, how much is that? That's 10%. Yeah, I think that's quite good. I guess having Nvidia and so on in there is cash. I know, I was also thinking about, like, in school, I think it's the first time that I learned in school about, like, any kind of finances. We never did this. We were in the same class, but we never did this in our school. I guess it doesn't make too much sense to teach children about how to invest and money and gold and so on, but a little bit of education would have been nice in school. But we have, like, one teacher who should teach German in, like, German, like, writing better and so on. But this just doesn't make sense for 30-year-old guys. Like, I'm the youngest one there with 19-year-olds, and we have one that is with multiple people that are. We have one that is 44-year-old, and then also somebody that's close to that, also like 35 and all around that age. So it doesn't make sense to teach them German because they just don't care. So this guy just makes finances with us. Yeah, this guy just makes like finances without what different options are there, how does it work, what do banks do, how to save money, how to get money, and he made like a nice plan for it, which was really, really well. I really like this. Um, and the guy is just a cool guy overall. And he just talked the difference between crypto, like Force or ETFs, why you shouldn't just leave money on your bank account or even like have it sitting under your napkin, and then you made some calculation to show that. Of course, it's a good amount of that. I already knew it, but just he made a good overview of the differences, and it was just a good lesson. You could just ask him questions, though he's not a millionaire, but he could help a little bit out on how to not go in debt and stuff. And then we just talked about this a little bit, and he also said like gold, why gold is so valuable, because gold basically we just have a limited amount of on Earth, and as long as we not have like asteroid mining and have that as a viable alternative to get resources from space, then gold prices will just always adjust to your current structure. He made like an example where gold, where back then with like one gold coin you can buy like a nice jacket on a nice like a hat, a what do you call it, like a suit and everything, like in the 1920, somewhere around that, he said. Where back then you could buy like with 1 ounce. Is that the German? I guess the German word, but 1 ounce of gold. No, it's English, but with 1 ounce of gold you could basically buy a set amount of things. And today, with 1 ounce of gold, you can buy the same thing, but adjust it for inflation, basically. So the gold price increased, of like the stock, but you can't buy more stuff necessarily. You can today buy still a suit and a jacket and a hat with it. And he just made a good example. I'm not that good at repeating what he said, so I just might have just talked full bullshit there. But just having gold is like a good strategy. Like, I guess the rich people, all I saw somewhere, most of them have like at least like 10% of their net worth inside of gold in some storage locker somewhere in the Alps or in Switzerland under a mountain or something. But yeah, first we have to make this much money to to think about how we directly save it, I guess. Yeah, and let's get back to programming. We don't have too much time today. We still have too much time. I don't have too much to do the rest of the week, but I missed yesterday to make good progress, which kind of hit our timeline quite bad. When should the end station spawn? When players enter. There we go. We want to do that. So I want to do this. We have the end station that's spawned. After the end station is working correctly. I want to have some kind of display that we know which section we are on, like some debugging overlay. But I think that's not the best idea right now. Or not the most ROI. I would like to have like some kind of visual indicator while you're in the game. It shows you we're on this scale, with this step, and so on. Let's just not mess with the scene while it's generating. Send it. So have our water reserves are almost run out. Got one more bottle right here. Not even a full one. One more thing we need to check. Really important. Yes. Pixel test, did you send him the request now for the voice over? Because if we won't be able to make the voice over, then I guess we can just make the normal like a normal trailer without like a voiceover. Just like show some cool action, make some edits or something. But still keep it in like this space thing. Oh god, okay. 20 things. I really like the both of them. Or I'm somewhat good at both of them, so later today we will have to play them if we find the time for it. Oh, perfect. Oh, nice. What does he want from it? For it? Did he say anything? Or can I set like the? Oh, that would be great. But then, let me know if he give me like the credits that I can give him that I can put in the credits box. Also, link him at the end of the video. Then put his like credentials that he wants to be linked there, either his name or so that he can basically can. Okay, yeah. But still, add like his credits then at the end. Also your credits, so that you can would be able, if we can get a good thing, if he applies for any other position, that you could use it as like a show reel for what he does. Would I think also benefit him also when he pays, so because $10 is I think not too much for this amount of work or this work. Result screen script, display run statistics and handles restart. Yeah, okay. Run manager.
Load run stats, dictionary status, game state, get state, root game state. So you implemented a run stats. That's fine. Station, okay, end station, if spawn station, yeah, okay. Sounds good. So, under run complete, let's fold up all of the functions we don't need. Run stats dictionary, distance, sections count, sections types. Okay. Start run. 1000 connected. Range, yes, okay. Connected. Run completed or disconnected. Where is the run complete? Their signal emits when run is finished. Yes, okay. Send size. Second section, yeah. And good. Yes, okay. Run complete. We can get here. Transition. I can't spell it. Goddamn. Transition to a result. Void. Var game state. Get node or null. Game state. If game state and game state that has message set run stats. Game state dot set run stats. So transition to result. No, again, okay, let's focus. Then let's not just read it, let's also understand it. Okay, I have to focus on that. So I don't want to just vibe code this thing. I want to understand it. Game state get null or null. So we just get the game state thing in the game. Do we have like a game state script? Where's the game state coming from? Root game state. Resources. Did he like add a... I don't understand this one. Store stats in game state, singleton before changing themes. Okay, so I guess what was a singleton again? There was in Unity this as well. I think it's like a node that persists between scene changes and between changes in the scene. Let's see what it is in general. Kann sich auf verschiedene Dinge beziehen, weiß jedoch auch das Entwurfsmuster in der Software ist das sicherstellt, dass das von einer Klasse nur ein einziges Objekt ist. Okay, yeah, so
That's right. So only one object exists from that, and you can link this object usually between scenes so that you can store like game state in it, like managers that you only really need once. The run manager just needs to exist once. We don't need multiple run managers because they might conflict with each other if you just call a signal and then both of them react. We don't want this in like a run manager. It would mess things up. So I guess a singleton in Godot is the same thing. But we should maybe understand how a singleton works in Godot. Let's get a shorter explanation. Singleton here. A 3-minute video looks good.
I will have some very advanced composition and inheritance tutorials coming out over the next couple days. That being said, let's get into it. So if you have any project you're really doing at all in Godot, the first thing you need to do is go to project settings, come over to auto load, add a name here, say probably global, and then click add. And this is going to create a global script. It's an autoload singleton. If you're unfamiliar with autoload singletons, the idea behind them is that they're the first thing loaded, and it's basically like a global static class that you can access from anywhere else in your project. And you need to do this before you write any script at all. And you're probably saying, Jesse, why? Well, you didn't know my name was Jesse, but now that you know my name is Jesse, you're saying, Jesse, why would you need to do this before you create any script? And the reason is because you have to always be on the lookout for code that goes into the global autoload. So in my case, this also, create this line first. This should be at the very top of your global script. So you don't want to keep re-instantiating random number generators. So you want to just do it one time at the beginning, and that's how autoload singletons work. So now anywhere in your code, you can say global.rng.randomFrange, and it'll work.
It's just so that that's actually smart. Root game state. Yeah, so the game state is then also one thing that will be added to this singleton that we add. Okay. Let's watch the video further.
But when I say that you need to be on the lookout for what code goes in here, when you're writing code, if you're writing code that would be useful for more than one script, if it can be put into your autoload singleton, it belongs here. I'll give an example. So I have a get random player. I could do get random enemy. I have get closest player to a position. I have get closest enemy to a position. And you can tell whenever you have code that should be in your autoload singleton, anytime, and we've all had this experience, where we're writing code and we go, I wrote that code already. It's in one of my other scripts, and you start clicking through all your other scripts, looking for where you wrote that code before.
Smart, that's smart.
So you can copy and paste it to your new script. And then later on, when you start writing it a third time, you're like, okay, I got to go find it again. Don't copy paste it to your new script. Cut it out, put it in your autoload singleton, have both scripts call into here. Then the next time you're writing something like get closest enemy, anything like that, you will be able to just simply call it from your global script. So I hope this was helpful. That's the tutorial, so I will just tell you what's coming up. So when it comes to composition, I was at a very well-received tutorial that I released about a month ago. Then I wrote a lot more code and realized I was really just scratching the surface of the power of composition and how you do it correctly. And there was actually...
Yeah, that's smart. That's really smart. Like, we don't want to have the same like when we call a random number generator, as the example that he gave, we don't want to have it be called multiple times. Yeah, we don't want to have it be initiated multiple times. So, to make it easier for us to access it, so we don't have to go through our code multiple times, also for like different functions as he explained. But also, as we're putting it on the browser, we don't want
stuff. We want to optimize it. Of course, we're in a game jam, so we can't optimize too much. Or it would just take years to complete this thing. But at least some amount should be done. I think just having a global script is a good approach, good enough approach for now. So we will maybe make a script that make a call that it rewrites all of our functionality to use this global script for all of our instantiations and so on. Definitely makes code in the long run easier. But yeah, we can accept that. Transition to run scene, game state, okay. Do we work with the game state even here? No. Yeah, yes we do. Game state run stats, okay. Game stats. So, that looks good. Scene path, result screen notification, result scene, aspect scene, if result screen dot get tree dot change scene, change scene to pack arrow. Okay, then it just not does that. Restart run. Brackets void. Okay. Run started. False. Run finished. False. Okay, so just resets all of the variables. Clean up spawner, asteroid spawner, and asteroid spawner.has methods cleanup. Asteroid spawner.cleanup, so we're just gonna clean up all of our spawners that they don't have any cache data or anything still in them, or any like variables that might like spawn the section like 200 kilometers up, even though we're just starting now. Yes, this looks good, and then we're just gonna restart the run with a random range, I guess. Get run stats dictionary. Run stats.duplicate. Get run stats by. Okay, let's accept this for now. Look at the next grid, game stats. Okay, so it's just game state. No, game state. Last run, stats, dictionary, run stats. Okay, so it's just like a dictionary that is saved. There's no like class that we do here. Guess that would be an option, but I guess it's not necessarily needed. Result screen. So it just made this entire new scene. I mean, I can't judge it from here, so we just gotta accept it for now. We are going to open this though. Scenes. Game results screen. This looks okay. I mean, good enough. Adjust this for later. Okay, well, why is there an error on this? Enable with auto wrap enabled, must have a custom minimum set configured. Custom minimum be 100. Happy is happy. Happy. So this looks good. For now we have to test it again in a scene to actually confirm that it is working. But so far it looks alright. We have our result screen, which will load the data and display this on all the labels. Yeah, I think we don't have to directly go in depth here. I'm pretty sure that it looks quite good. We can just confirm this by making run and see if any data is warped or incorrect or not nicely formatted. Then on continue pressed, we are main scene path, load scene stats.path as packed, main scene, change scene to packed main scene. Okay. There we go. Or spawner thing, placeholder. Remove the placeholder. end section instance equals no to do reference to spawned end station. This is interesting. End station, because our end station is a rigid body. Do we want it to be a rigid body? No, we do not necessarily, because if it's no 2D, we don't collide with it, right? Okay, let's just run with it and see what it does with it. Update for Y. Yeah, don't need that. Spawn end station. Spawn end station. Was a placeholder before. If end station spawned, it's just return. If not player, find player. Not player error. Okay. Now will player check. Our end station. Load end station theme path, which was up here. Our end station scene, which looked alright. Correct? Station start. Yes, this looks good enough. Run environments. We might not want to have. Yeah, we might have to rename run environments. I don't like that there's a space in the path. This could mess up some stuff later, or make it weird to work with it. For example, in console, it's usually a space. It means that you jump to the next like argument in if you call something. If you call the scene and there's a space in it, you just can't call it because you need to replace the space then. So yeah. Spawn end stations. Player Y float void end station spawned. I need to make some music on, or else I'm gonna get sleepy. End station. So why do I get sleepy? I just drank an energy drink. Not like I didn't sleep enough yet. Spawn end station. Okay. If end station spawned, return already spawned. Yes, we checked that. It's not review the same code twice. We don't have too much time for it. End station. Yes. End station instance. If not end station instance, push error. Station Y, station X. Float equals player Y minus station spawn offset. Player.global Y. Align horizontally with player. End station instance. Global position equals vector to station X. Y. So we're just gonna position the. Yeah, we're aligned with the player. And yeah, that looks good. Add child end station instance. Why do what do you to our current scene? Yeah, makes sense that it's listed below that. Okay, var area to d end station instance get node or null. Area to d. Yeah, so the area to d that is connected. Okay, so it just connects up the signal, which looks good enough. To do instance and scene at Y position. Connect station stocking signal to image. Yes, okay. So we already had this before. So locking entered if body the player or player parent run mid. Okay. So I think this looks quite good. If we now play. I guess we have, since that just act like we're playing here. I guess we have a bit of free space. Drink some energy drink. What I thought about is to have like the different upgrades between the sonars, for example, radars. With like one radar which just alarms you that on your current path you will collide into something. It will give you like a warning, like a some kind of red beep or something. I don't want to add audio yet, because if we add one audio, we basically need to add the rest as well. Like here, we had like a lot of clear space, and just having like a heads up that it just like beep 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 beep, just like a car does, which is annoying. At least like modern cars. My current car doesn't do that, which is quite nice. But just like this beeping is good if you're traveling 20 kilometers, like 5 kilometers a second. There you might want to have this warning, and you can't see further than 300 meters in front of you, so you might want to have this warning. So this would be like the first stage. The second stage would be like a visual indicator of showing you, oh, there are asteroids, that just show you the center point of those asteroids approximately, and only show you the closest ones, so only the like 3 or so of them, like this, and not like all of them. So if they're like a couple to the side, or it also only has like a set amount of like radar length that are like where it looks for them, and then it only shows like 3. Beep 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 beep. And it looks for those. Oh, there's a solar station, and it's spawned in each other again, which is not good. To see that we can solve that later with changing the area. Solar stations, and we got another solar station. Another solar station. Come on! Oh, I think we just split them apart. Oh god. I don't know if that's... Yeah, the solar stations need some work. But just have like the second thing is then that it roughly shows you a couple of the asteroids that are ahead, the closest ones. You can upgrade it then more. And then you can update to the point where it shows you all the asteroids around, and shows you basically from the start to the end of the asteroids. Come on! The solar fields are a little bit annoying. Also, if they spawn into each other, it doesn't look too good. Holy shit, how many solar fields are there? So, this. Okay, the solar fields need some rework. They either need to be a little bit smaller, because you always clash in them. Can be a little bit more careful by left and right. I crashed in it again. And another one. Okay, we might need to check the... Ay. Okay, that should not be happening. Yeah, we might have to change the gravity that it basically doesn't affect, is not affected by the player if he touches it. So that you can fly like easily through it, or like move it like that. But the ship would take damage later, so let's see. Come on! Okay, this is like too much, too many sections spawned. This is a little bit too much. Either we make the solar panels themselves a bit smaller. Okay, we might be stuck here. Okay, this would be a long run. This would be frustrating for a player to face. Got the next one. Holy crap, how many are there? I think I cranked the spawn up a little bit too high when I was testing them. Asteroids, okay. Asteroids are at least a bit more chill to fly through. Even though I'm also crashing into them one by one. So I guess a warning would really be nice. Visual like a voice warning would be cool. I guess there are some good like visual warnings out there. We will definitely have to see that these stations do not spawn in one another. I don't like the stations. I don't like the amount of stations. I guess if they wouldn't be like so glitching and had a bit more space for them to fly through, it would be fine. But just like this, they're like spawning into each other. It's so close to another that's not that good. Oh my god. We're almost at the end station as well. Like there. Okay. What the hell just happened? We are at the end station. Run distance that didn't load. Stations completed didn't load. Continue the next run. Okay. Let's see what the code is for them. Station spawner. Station spawner. Let's see what the code was for that. Station spawner. Station offset, which is not a lot. And I would also like to see that this is the end station. The size of this end station should be 0.5. Like this. It shouldn't be too big. If you look at it down here. I guess the end station did not spawn. What did happen there? I guess it has a... Okay. Before we continue, let's try to adjust the... Let's first let this to 5,000. Then we want to set this back to 1 again. Wait, did it? Yeah, no, it doesn't like that. So, and then we set the station spawn. It's alright, okay. Did I miss something I wanted to set? Yeah, I wanted to set the solar farm. The solar farm spawn, I want to set this to bands, lines per band. I want to set this back to 3 to reduce it a little bit. I wanted to set the multiplier back to 1.4 so that there's more space between them. I thought that it would be cool if you have like the solar station, they're more like in a big grid and you have to fly around them. But I see that this isn't so cool after all. Clear space, asteroid field, asteroid field, asteroid field, clear space, solar farm. We only have 100,000, 20,000. Okay. Looks like the solar farms are up.
There we go. Let's see. Yeah, see, now we have like a nice separation between those lines. At least to some extent. They're still like lagging around a little bit, but this might just be okay. They are like glitched into each other. If we have the time, we can check to make like a spawn system that checks if they are already spawning there, or tracks the other spawn places. What the hell is going on? Yeah, I don't know. It needs to check that in its spawn area there is no other station. Because if they spawn in each other like this, that's not good at all. Also, it looks like they're spawning in the asteroid field already, which wouldn't make too much sense to have like asteroids and then solar farms directly clumped together. Because I don't think solar farms would survive that long with like in the asteroid field. And like a big asteroid field like this one. In real life, I guess asteroid fields are more spread out. You could probably safely put something in there. But you probably don't want to try it out. Or at least not put like a gigantic solar farm like these ones. They would be probably quick to be destroyed. There we go. Looks like the 120-kilometer mark. And we need to watch out that we don't travel too fast. I want to... Come on. Oh, this one is moving fast now. Look at this. And another one. Another one! How many do you want to put here? The hell is going on? Okay, so we want to not be too fast here. But somewhere around here should be the end station. We have our asteroid spawner, station spawner, end station. The end station is at 124,000. 124,000. Where's the player at? $171. The x-axis 17195, 17195, 17195. Position. Oh god, what happened here? Did we put it? Okay, let's make another run. But this time the solar farm will be set to 1 spawn ahead distance. Yeah. station spawn. Okay, let's just try it out. Try to get a run that somewhat short. No, not 160,000. 100,000. That seems doable. Clear space. Asteroid field and clear space. I think this will be somewhat of a long run. Or long fields. But only one way to find out. Let's make the remote view again. Look at the player controller. Look at how the spawn system, everything work. Spawn thing, asteroid spawned at like 20,000. Let's track when we are out of the asteroid field again. Be a bit more focused. Yeah. Don't overdo it. Aye. Yeah, we definitely need like a beep 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 or like some kind of radar that alerts us when we are going to crash. It will make it easier for the player then to avoid it, but we want to make a fun game, not something super difficult. Okay, we're in clear space now, so it lasts like also 20 to 20 kilometers roughly. No, it's 70. Yeah, we'll see. Clear space. Let's track when we're on our way out. When there's ramp in, ramp out. Is there no ramp out? Okay, we have our ramp out now. Now we are going to travel up. Oi! That's not good. Okay, we want the end station to not be moving around. I want you to turn the end station, instead of being a rigid body, I want you to turn it into a module that is not be moved by the player, or it can't be moved by the player by crashing into it. But it's still, the player should be able to collide with it, but the player should not be able to move the end station at all. There should not be a movement. The player should maybe be collided with that, but don't make the end station move when the player is colliding with it. Let's see if that does it. Like I want to just change the node used for of using a rigid body, use like an area 2D or something. Or a static body 2D would also work. Confirm. Same with the solar panels. We don't want the solar panels to move. Would be cool in some areas, I guess, but overall, I think the solar panels are just not so good in it. Change type to static body 2D. I made ChatGPT, not the ChatGPT, but Composer do it. Cursor, because I didn't know that this change type existed. Static body. Like this. So now if you crash into them, they're not gonna be weirdly flopping around and needing to worry about that. It's like glitching everywhere. Now it's just sitting there. In real life, you might crash it and break something, but you probably won't be able to move it too much if you're traveling with these speeds. Like, we're already moving with relative resolution because relative speeds because we're in the game. In real life, you might crash into like Mach 18 relatively. But yeah, we don't want to have a 2,000 kilometer run. A small run, a relatively small one. Not 150, not 200. Something below 120 would be great. But I guess we're playing with random functions here, so it would just be easier if we set the code on the run manager ready, run manager. Set this to 80,000. Section solar asteroid, even with 80,000. Okay, it's clamped to 100,000, makes sense. Yep. Asteroid field solar farm, asteroid field solar farm. Okay, understand the mix. So there we go. Let's cover these asteroid fields. Be more careful with the asteroids. Let's try to pretend we're actually flying the ship here. When you crash the ship, you have to pay for it extra, which takes away from your credit that you will receive. And if you want to actually be able to pay off your debt, you don't want to add more debt to it. So this all works quite nicely. To steer, flow, oi, come on. Just a visual indicator that we're shooting like an array in the distance in the area we're traveling right now, like our relative velocity direction, which would be our delta V, I guess. And in that direction there is something coming up if it like hits something with an array. So we need to be more careful with it. Be more careful running there. Then it just shows like some red blinking or something, maybe like a warning effect, anything. Yeah. Back in a minute. Give me 1 second. So, welcome to the stream. List Outlaw. Wait. List der Outlaw. I think you were in the stream before, but yeah, I'm just having to help my father make something real quick. He is in the. He's not in the business. My father is using a laser engraver to print like a logo from one of his friends onto like cutting boards, like wood cutting boards, and I need to quickly make like the logo for it. Yeah, of course, of course. I remember you. You were right with the test. If I'm not correct, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was the B. I remember that. We talked about this. You were in there also studying, right? Like mechanical engineering. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I'm not the best just remembering names, and that's not a good trait. Just quickly need to design something here so that my father can try to print it out. I'm guessing you succeeded because you studied a lot and got good grades. I'm hoping so, at least, so that you don't have to take the big test later, which would probably suck. Hell yeah, perfect. So I have one more test to go, right? So, and you don't have to write this big test. What kind of grade did you get? First, congratulations on passing it. This you making some progress. Yesterday I was just at a Christmas party and I spent 6 hours watching YouTube after it, from 1 a.m. till 6 a.m. or from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., which was not good. Yeah. Just like you probably had like a year to study for that or half a year to study for that. And then pulling it off in like one all-nighter is just a lot of save time probably in studying. Especially if you know that you're not necessarily gonna need this later again. Ah, I see. So it doesn't matter, just yeah, 87%. '87 is still good for a one all-nighter learning. Which link do you mean? Did you send something? I don't know what you mean with check the link. Or am I just not getting it? Oh, wait, one second. Aber! Was für eine Farbe soll das haben? Ach, stimmt, ist ja. Ja, nee, doofe Frage. It's just asking my father what color it should be. Then I remembered we're using a laser engraver to cut this material, or like burn it into the wood. So I guess the color doesn't matter that I use for the logo. So, da rein collect die. So, no, we don't want the live stream material. We want to use our projects. In the projects folder, we are going You mean, did you send a link into the live chat, or where do you mean? If you send a link into the chat, YouTube might block links. I don't know. I don't know if you're able to send links into the chat. I think YouTube is messing around with that. Did you send it into the live chat or in the Discord, or where should I be looking? Yeah, no, I don't think yeah, no, in the live chat there is no link for me. Let me see if maybe in the stream view there's something. But it doesn't look like it. Wait, it doesn't show me any messages in the live chat for me. Which is weird. No, there we go. What? No, I don't see a link. Maybe try sending it over Discord or something. There you might be able to send it. Or you will probably be able to send it over Discord. If you want to join. Or you can also just message me on Discord directly without having to join the Discord server directly if you don't want. But this is my Discord name. Check this. As long as you're not sending me some DDoS link or anything. So remember, you didn't like that I asked you if you know about APIs. Should have assumed you did. So we got the folder. Pixel test. Do you see any link in the chat? Because for me it's not showing anything. So we got this. And then you wanted to have it like offset like this. Doesn't really need to be centered because it is something let's grab anyway, so we would adjust it, but oh wait, you mean like you send the GIF in here. Yeah, I don't think that works on the live chat. I think maybe I can set it that you're able to timestamps. You should be allowed to send timestamps. Oh no, it's just showing what. I have to check it out later if I can play with the settings, but you mean good game. What do you say? Oh yeah, that's all. Okay, I see. Got the test with the 1 hour studying. Okay. Yeah, I think I had this with like comments. You played around with it for some amount of time. You weren't allowed to comment a link in your video description. If you were like a new channel, you at least had to get a few subscribers, or at least have some time on the channel that they would allow you to send links, so that you can just make like a ton of channels and send like weird scam links in them. People will click it. And same with in comments, but I think they removed the comment links. But I guess I might be able to set it up in the
community moderation or something. Let's see if. Whole potential. Okay, it was. Okay, cannot block words. Link text. Okay, there is like a check field that I can enable that you aren't able to send links, but that was unchecked, so I think maybe try sending a link to a YouTube video or something like that. Let me know if that works on your part. If like YouTube videos are allowed to be sent in here. Check something real quick if the guy responded. Nope, I don't think we get free music for the stream. Pixel Test, what do you mean by next year? You mean in summer that we drive to England and go there instead of to Austria? Five Nights at Freddy. Honestly, I never played Five Nights at Freddy. I watched a few like gameplay videos of YouTubers that I watched back then, but I never played it. Might have to do it sometime. I guess we could do it. England. Yeah, there are a couple of things that we could do there. Yeah, we could drive to England. Also got a couple of people that we could meet there. Would probably be like to come with. We could meet up with, and have like a mountain climbing or some kind of meetup like this. Would definitely be cool. But would you be interested in going to Vard this year? Like in the winter and going like skiing for like a week or so or weekend, depending on if we both get free and if snow is there. Oh, there's like a movie about the game now. A second. I completely misspelled it. So it's odd. Oh, I see. Okay. So it just came out. Yeah, that's cool. It's fun watching the movie. I guess you earned it now with passing your exam. Pixie Dust, is there already snow like in Vard? Do you think we would be able to go even this year? I got like free from work from the 24th to I think the 3rd, so I got all of this time free. I was forced by my company to take free there. So we could go in this range if you want. And maybe okay, the other boys probably won't be able to come with us because they can ski or snowboard. But we could teach them like skiing or snowboarding. I don't think we could take Finn with us or like that. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Like if you got the good grade and then watching the movie, you probably would have watched it anyways, but you won't feel guilty now if after failing a test or getting the test, passing the test.
Goofy AI generated things hier wechselt hast. Use like Veo. Veo is from Google, I guess, right? That's their video generation AI. Yo, they already have like big snow there. So we could already go now, right? Or do they not? Don't they? They aren't open yet, right? Or when does the season start there? Are you going alone or are you going with a couple of friends there? Yes, watching a movie with a couple of friends would be better. More fun. So Pixel, you think you would be able to go in that time frame between like the 24th, like Christmas, and the 3rd? You think we have like a couple of days we can travel there? I probably won't have enough money to buy like a ski pass for an entire week, but I guess like a couple of days would be fine. Just have to grind it out then. We're gonna learn a backflip. We learn backflipping on skiing and snowboarding. That needs to be the goal for this year. Yeah, same here in Germany. We had like 2 weeks ago for like 3 days snow, which I thought it would be finally the year where we get like super cool snow the entire year through, or the entire winter. And now it's like almost 20 degrees again outside. Well, it's not that hot, but it feels like it. Super depressing. Probably that was the only snow for this year. Like when I was in kindergarten, then there was always snow in Stuttgart. What is Stuttgart in English? I don't know. Like there was always snow on Christmas. Always on Christmas, I would walk with my parents a little bit outside, go like for a walk, while Santa Claus would prepare my gifts. Parents always used the excuse that somebody had to help Santa Claus get in because we didn't have like a, what do you call it, like a stove? No, Schornstein. What is Schornstein? Like the thing where Santa Claus climbs through, where your smoke goes outside from your fire inside. Oh, going for the friend is good. Okay. Excellent. Looks good. So we definitely have some time to pick there. I am free in that time. We could also go like over a weekend, I guess. Or like take somewhere in January, February, maybe where there's not too many other tourists there. Tourists? No, not tourists. Tourists, not terrorists. So we have like more chill time without having to wait longest times. How was the wait time there? Yeah, you showed it to me last year when you were there. It's just insane how many things are there. But where are we? There, up here. Is that like you can travel like all around this area, right? Like all of this connected with like skis? And even from here, right? You could go from here. Yo, this looks so good, man. This is insane. And we also got like we also got a car with us this time, so we can just drive to a different town if we want to test the different tracks, which might be cooler or have some jumps. Do you know if there are areas where there are like jumps where you have like some where they already prepared like how do you call it, like where you can freestyle a little bit,
have like rails, you have some jumps prepared. Because I never went to a place like this, and I only trained on like custom built ramps, which always sucked. Or well, like so either I was like so small that they weren't really fun, or they were so big that I would almost die when I go over them, because you know me, I always take it a little bit too far. It's just like 10 meters in the air now. Oh shit, how do I get down from here? Never went skiing. I also didn't went until the 8th grade, I think, when a friend took me with him and his grandma. And his grandma and his grandpa taught me skiing. And that year I was like 2 weeks with them. And I learned like skiing, and was a really great time. The grandma was a bit more chill, and the grandpa wanted me to really train skiing to get really good with it. But the friend I was with was already like skiing for 8 years or something, or like even longer than that probably. And he just was like really fast flying down the thing, and I also wanted to go fast and also jump. Like 3 days I was training, and then I was already attempting to jump. Of course it didn't turn out too well, and in the end I was like mediocre skiing, but I could go fast. But yeah. Now skiing is great. If you ever get the chance, go there. And at best, if you get a friend that is somewhat good at explaining it, you can probably learn like skiing or snowboarding in like 2 to 3 days. I taught like another friend like snowboarding. Okay, he was already skiing, but I taught him snowboarding in like 2 days. He was able to go down like red things. They call it red ramps. Das war, okay. Pixel Test, would you say that Vard is like full? That there's a lot of times where there's almost like no, would you say that Vard has a lot of waiting time? Yeah, I guess Vard is quite, not Vard, like, skiing can be quite expensive. If you rent the gear, if you don't own the gear. Yes, if you go for like a weekend or so, you won't be able to learn it directly in a weekend. It's a bit, not too much, but if you get like a week, especially if you get like a friend who can like give you like snow equipment already. Back then I was like renting the skis. I was renting the skis, and I just got like the snow jacket and so on from my friend, so it wasn't too expensive to start out. But now with snowboarding, I paid like 300 euros for the board, I think, with the shoes and everything. We got a good deal. And the holidays is full, okay. So it might not be the best time to go in like this period right here. I mean, that's where my thing is closed, where I have to take things. So either I make like another game jam back there, or I will try to stream like the development of my app or some other project that I might work on then. Or getting a new thing. Do you think... Yeah, I think they're also good for snowboarding. Yeah, there's a snowboarder there, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I already like this track here. There are a lot of like bumps that you can jump. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Then I think this will be the year where I will break my bone for the first time. I never broke a bone. But I think with this this environment, I will 100% be able to do that. Yeah, then I see you later maybe, or tomorrow. I'll probably stream for a good amount of today. Just got my half a liter of energy drink down. So I will be streaming for a bit more time. Got a lot of work left to do. Maybe we see each other later. Or at least tomorrow. Until Sunday I will stream every day. After that I will have to see if I will keep streaming. Or if I maybe focus more on like making videos and maybe just make some focus streams. But yeah. Have a good time watching the movie and enjoy it. You've definitely earned it with your 9 hour study session for the test and then passing it with a really good grade. I think that's a 1 or 2, right? And converting that to notes. See ya. Yeah, I have to see. I woke up today at like 1 a.m. 1 p.m. So I'm only awake like what is that? 6 hours? No. Like 5 hours. So I have some more time to work. Not the healthiest, I know, but we'll be able to do it. Bit 60, okay. Yeah, I think with snowboarding, you don't get that fast, or at least you have to get like a long track where you get fast. You can't accelerate like so nicely as with skiing. But I think snowboarding is a little bit more fun. I think the biggest benefit or like the biggest upside of snowboarding is the shoes don't suck this much. Skiing shoes just suck so much because no, it's not. You basically have normal shoes on for snowboarding. They're still a bit tight, but you can just walk around with them normally. It's not too bad. Skiing shoes just absolutely sucks. It sucks getting into them because the next 8 hours you won't be able to get out of them. Snowboarding shoes are just like climbing shoes with a little bit more grip to them. You can walk around with them. Like they're a bit more tight. Not tight. They're a bit more fixed. You can't bend them too much. But other than that, it's super good. And snowboarding is just fun. And it looks cooler than skiing. I have to say that. Snowboarding looks way cooler than skiing. It doesn't matter. I just wanna go fast. Make some cool jumps. Hopefully not break a bone. But yeah. So, enough skiing. Thinking about that, we can call either later. I guess you have to work tomorrow, so probably won't have too much time. But we can call later tomorrow and get a time. Let's get a modern font. I have to get this quickly done for my father. Tomorrow to ship packet. I'm just gonna send this to my father to try it out. Export. Click off as PNG. I have to quickly link my WhatsApp again because for some reason it disconnected. So we are going to go to WhatsApp. Settings. Scan the QR code. Scan code. Continue. Yes, that's all fine. There. There we go. Then we're inside. Continue. So now I have to send this to my father. This picture. There we go. Let's win again. Go there. Work, projects, Dojo bucket. There you go. So if that works, we are quickly searching up for the old logo to maybe get some inspiration for it. We are trying out some other fonts for it. Sorry. So we got the test tool. I'll send this to my father. So different font. PixelDev, do you have any recommendations for fonts? Do you know any better ones than the ones I have right here? We could use them. There was one that I always used that I forgot the name of it, which is not good. Yeah. Oh, the impact isn't. It's too old, too overused. This is for a laser engraver. My father has a work colleague who is preparing like wooden cutting boards for his customers, and he wants to engrave his name onto them, like his company name. And I should design like the company text with like a good font. So I should pick some kind of modern font for it, for like it's like a contractor for like parquet, laying like wooden things. But I am not good at all with like picking fonts. Yeah, let's use some Chinese font. Let's go. Some Arabic. Indian, right? No. I don't know. It's just this one. My ambulance, perfect. So I can. There's like, guys.
Yep. I don't know. I don't think that's the best right now. I sent those two things to my father now. Let's see what he thinks about it. Let's have it open there. Save it. Maybe we can find a better font later. I will try to find the original logo. My father sent this to me some time ago. So maybe I will be able to still find it. This was the logo back then. Okay. Then dock at the end station to enter to complete a run. Here, right, we wanted to complete the run to check out that all of this is working. Can get back to our programming. So get our Godot scene open again. Go to remote. Show this, and there we go. That's the last section. As soon as we see the ramp out, we can slow down again. Because it does try. By the way, try to play the thing that I uploaded yesterday. Got like the solar stations up and running. Oh, we get the end station. Oh, okay, the end station is now our ramp in. But for some reason we now spawned here, so I guess we need to watch out that we go up from here to the start. Okay. I want this box collider to be a little bit more on the center. Also, here, this chat. The data does not show. Oh, I sent you the link right a second. Here we go. This password is 123. Let's see if there are already any entries in the game jam. Would be interesting to see. Feed. Do you already submit a thing for the jam? see. The gym. The gym. Seven days. Mastering jam. Halfway done. Entries 0. Okay, there are no entries yet. 18 people have joined by now. Weren't there 20 people or something? There were already like more people in here. Let's just try to ask this guy. There you go. Maybe he's up for making some sound designs for this. Maybe he could also help out with the trailer if you want. This would also be cool. Oh, you have to. There are clear areas, so sometimes there is nothing spawning. So you just have to head up. Then I will have to either remove the clear areas. So in this case, like add like an arrow where you need to go. I want to have some arrow that also points to the space station when it spawns in the end. So, what is the arrow even? Let's maybe try to investigate it. Oh, one thing I wanted to check if there's actually a global that is initiated. Yes. But there's no singleton created for the results. Result screen, the not game state. Game state was let's see. They might now have like reducted my account or something. Or you think that this is not good when you drift this fast? I was thinking about like adding like a character because you can select the camera. We don't know it's on the player. Shake, base intensity. Wait, let's check the player controller. Scripts, asteroid, global results, screen. Oh, I also should. Also just noted that my Bluetooth is no longer connected. Oh, because the Bluetooth module gave up on me again. That's really cool. This little thing. I sometimes at some point pulled it out and like cracked on top this little plastic part. No wonder I didn't hear any audio from anything for the past. There it is. It's back. Okay. I don't know what the problem was there, but we're back. So I guess I just had no audio for the last like, hour probably. I just didn't realize it. Script and the game state. Add game state. There we go. And now if we set this, prefer not to have this solar farm, but I guess that's not the biggest deal. Okay. See you in a second, pixel test. And tell me later if the drifting is weird. All right, I wanted to check the yeah. And now I want to check in the spawners of the Godot. I wanted to check in the player manager ship control. We might also want to clean up our code here, our updating. We have this export, camera shake, camera follow, shake residency, thrust, and we have this max speed, and we want to export out of them. Export R. Up. So now if we check out our player controller again, we can see the acceleration, the friction, which is set 100, rotation speed, boost speed multiplier, boost acceleration multiplier. Then we have our shake ramp speed, shake decade speed. Max speed, which is alright, acceleration, but the friction, we want to maybe increase the friction if we want to do the ship down a little bit more. So we don't want to mess too much around with the with the friction. Why is then asteroids spawning together with solar panels? It's weird, okay. Takes a little bit getting used to with this more friction. Just like navigating around different asteroids. Okay, there's something weird now with like the manager right now, but I can take a look at the game state, and this looks okay. Okay, description. Yep. That looks okay. So, let's put it back here that I don't accidentally open that. Ooh, yeah. Oh, okay, so we are at the station now. Okay, around kilometers. 8. That there. Okay. Continue next run. Looks perfect so far. There we go. So it was welcome back, Pixel Test. Okay. Yeah, I thought that there would be maybe a cool time to go. So we have free there. But are there like those jumping pits where you can do like freestyle where there are like actually prepared spots that have like ramps and so on them? I don't know how you exactly call them, but I guess you know what I mean, right? Push that. So of course I can drive so good. When I've been snowboarding for 2 years and skiing also 2 years. And I can drive really well. I can drive without crashing. Like definitely I when I was going to in what was it? When I was going in with Finn, like Honig, with him I was able to drive there. I think I crashed once or twice, but only because I really attempted some really dumb stuff, or like what not dumb stuff, but I tried to go like really fast and do like carving. No, I can drive fast. I can drive fast without crashing. I was last year with like this one Russian guy I told you about, or Ukrainian guy, not too sure. And there I didn't crash a single time. No, I didn't crash a single time. I crashed once when I was trying to jump too big thing with too much speed, but I'm definitely able to sky. Do you call it driving? Driving doesn't sound right for skiing. I'm able to skiing or snowboarding fast. That's also not good. You know what I mean. Like I'm definitely at the stage where I can start to learn jumping and so on. I guess carving. I can need to learn carving a little bit better, but it's like 40 to 50% of the time I'm able to pull off carving when the track is okay and it's not completely frozen or completely powder snow. Yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have to go fast over these things. But I mean, you're not gonna break your bones so easily. It's not like you're just gonna fall over and you could break your bones. I had some pretty big crashes with snowboarding in my first years when I was trying to jump. There was like one thing where we with Finn and one of his friends or one of his cousins or so was with us, and we went down like a 20-meter and a half, probably like 50-meter drop towards this ramp, and we just flew up into the sky, and it was at least like 5 meters high. I just like my snowboard went beside me, and my snowboard was like above my head, and I just started crashing down. The best experience. I landed like in powder snow,
But if there was a rock, it would have been over 100%. I was able to get carving with skiing a little bit, but it wasn't the best. It isn't the best carving. I would like to train it a little bit more. The problem is just like carving takes a little bit of time. And always when I was trying with Finn, he was always going fast, so I wanted to keep up a little bit. So I didn't do like a lot of like free carving. And in I was always driving, was Willingen. There was not too much where you could try carving. Let's see if Willingen is open. Then we maybe might be able to go there some weekends, like next weekend or so. We could drive there for like a day. It's only like with the train it's 4 hours. With the car it's like 2 hours maybe. So we could go there. What is it? Go. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't think there is snow. There's just a little bit from the snow cannons, but not enough to drive yet. Sadly. Yeah, I mean, Willingen is not the best, but it's okay. You have like a pass which costs you like $15 or something for a day, 15 to $20, and still have some great skis there. You can go like every weekend. After like the second or third day, it gets a little bit boring. But this track right here is really cool, and just to do like a little bit of jumping on this one is also good. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It isn't that big, but you can go there, you can drive a little bit, get some food and drive back. Also, I heard Winterberg is also good. I heard this from this Ukrainian guy. He said that Winterberg, you aren't able to get there with the train so well, so I never went there. But with the car, if you can get there, it also has like really good tracks. Not the best, but if Bart is not open in that time, then we can just go there for like a weekend or so. Or not a weekend, we just drive there in the morning, early in the morning, and drive back at night. It's definitely not comparable to like the big one in Bart, by no means, but it's close. It's nice for a weekend to go there. Just have a little bit of time, a little fun, little bit of fun. Okay.
What the? Game. Alright. Okay. Let's focus back on what we're actually doing. So let's export the game for once. Export. Export package. 0.5.0. And we're gonna save. We exported, and that's that. We are going to not do that. So, what are our next steps? You can go to the space station, the solar panels that work. Let's look at our task list again so that we can be sure. Right, we wanted our star background visualization thing. That was what we were doing. I got sidetracked, yeah. Like.
that scene into the did we call it main?
We will do that. Let's look at our thing. Look at the end station. We did that. Start background realize speed. Implement galaxy generation logic. We will then have to review that again. How exactly did we calculate this? How do we calculate this for Godot and so on? Should the star move in the opposite direction of the player's movement parallax effect? Yeah, that looks alright for now. We don't want to spend too much time on the parallax effect because it's more like the visual stuff and we haven't integrated our main features yet. Before we do that though, we are going to commit our here real quick. Star background, the second file which is star background, and the third file which instantiates the scene. Plus the yep. Makes sense. Woo. Okay, I need a bit more upbeat music or else I have too much energy from the energy drink. I should slowly think about making some exercise maybe tomorrow. Bro, I'm telling you, this one, the normal Monster Energy just completely spiced me up. I might have to play some VR games in a second. Just gonna stream it to the stream. I don't think the solitaire thing will do it for today. Also, I'm hyped. I want to go snowboarding. I saw like a shorts yesterday about a cool jumping and skiing, snowboarding stuff. And now I'm super hyped to about the winter because we get snow, we can do snowboarding, and I can do some dumb stuff where I almost kill myself. Let's go. No, that's really good, man. Don't want to be like sitting here. I have the energy of just sitting here the whole time. Although that gives me progress, I need some action. Ah, bro, I coffee. I do drink coffee, but the coffee machine we have at home isn't so good. Or like the coffee bones, I don't really like it. Um, and for some reason, yeah, I guess I don't make the milk warm before that. That's one of the things. I have to put too much effort into the coffee. It's easier to just drive to the market, like one of those energy drinks, which is 10 times more unhealthy. But either I do both or just energy drinks. I don't think there's a. This week might not be just water. Usually I don't drink energy drinks. Usually I just drink water here at home. But this week is different because I stream the entire day. Usually I have some kind of energy. Now I'm just gonna mix it. I make like this what's it called? Irish coffee. Irish coffee is basically alcohol mixed together with coffee. Or like a shot of alcohol coffee. But I don't drink alcohol, so I might just do Irish coffee but with Monster energy drinks. Or energy drinks in total. Might do like a taste test tomorrow. That would be idea, right? Are you gonna come over and we do like a energy coffee test? I think that's a good idea. Getting high with the coffee energy drink mix. Bro, I will have to do backflips an hour straight to get off of that. So run main scene. Game run. Okay, main scene. Okay, I just renamed it. Okay, makes sense. Reload. We don't have a main scene directly anymore. A run scene, which is the main scene. And we're just starting that. Not really looking like a good parallax effect, to be honest. Star background. Okay, now this just absolutely sucked.
Okay, let's remove what GPT did here. Not GPT, but thing. I'll follow this tutorial a little bit, but I don't want the stars to be moving. I mean, I do want them. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like how did it here. But first of all, the direction is really weird. Yeah, I could. I mean, I thought about like making a loop background or something like that, but I would like to make this with particles. Makes it a bit easier, I think. Um, Also, I want to try to increase the size a little bit so that we can see better what is going on. And I want them to be moving in a certain direction. I don't want them to be moving in any direction here. Velocity, angular velocity. Oh yeah, they're going in all directions. That's a little bit better. Mouse.
Let's take a look at how rings of set and delta V does it. They do it quite nicely. Okay. Scale, so we put this down to 2, to 1, to be real small.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't know how we should best approach the parallax. We could make like an image, but then it always looks the same. We could make it with particle system, and then it's spawning a little bit weirdly. With images, I believe that it is the easiest way, but it's also kind of weird to do it with images. With an image. Uh-huh. So we can just let's remove this scene for now. We add a it's deprecated apparently. Oh, I see, I see. So we use the parallax background. This. And then we use a parallax 2D. So this is a right? Okay. So if we use a sprite 2D as its child, sprite 2D, can use that.
to test. You're also competing now in the game jam. I mean, you can vibe code games like this. It's not too difficult. It's just that after some point, the AI is just messing around with it, and you basically need to know what you're doing to fix it. You can definitely make like prototypes completely on your own, but as soon as you're going into production, you need to understand the code so that you can know that there is not just some code that is completely open, that is completely exposed like your game files, or completely publicly displays your passwords. So it's like where like the prototyping is AI is really good for prototyping, but for production code it's horrible, because you need to know you need to know what you want and how to use it. So right now you can use AI to make like games like this. Just for context, Pixel Text just sent me a picture of it. It's creating like a little 2D game. It works quite well. I use it a lot to prototype like app menus and so on, but it sucks at actually implementing it and then iterating over it. I guess with cursor and so on, this is getting better and better. And you can definitely make like a little prototype, and I guess it is looking like right now probably like a released game jam game already. At least to some extent, like people would be able to submit games like this or take like a weekend to create games like this on their own. But to actually get it like up and running, and then if you want to change stuff, then it's fine. But I guess the goal of a game jam is not necessarily to make it with AI, but to learn something about certain systems. I'm using AI because I don't care so much about the game process itself, but I want to get a finished version in that week and want to deliver like a big game, like what we are planning here, like basically a whole galaxy map that you can select everything from and then fly over things. So I don't care too much about the editors. I still want to learn how to use the editor, but I don't want to create everything from scratch. So I think there's where a little bit of the differences. But yeah, looking sick. Can you export this or like send this to other people to test it out? Can you export this that you can upload it as a HTML file or something? That would be great. You could also upload this to the jam. But I guess in itch.io you have to mark now that it is generated by the AI, which I also did. I don't know if it then shows on the page, but I would definitely say that what I did with AI in the game jam and whatnot. Spacebar. We give it another try with the parallax thing. I think if we change the lifetime to be longer, and then we make a fade in scale.
Don't know about this parallax thing. I don't like that you would have to make it. To make it with move it with the camera, not like adjust the particles with the camera. I don't know how to do that. Let's just try some random pictures in here. Parallax, you have the sprite. We don't do something like this, but it's an asteroid, for example. Why does the asteroid not even show? I guess because this player's correct is not in front. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Because the player has the scroll rect, which we can just turn off. Files, invert general, your display, color. Like this. And how would this look when we move? Scrolling in the opposite direction. Okay, we might still be able to do it with this one. We just have to get a way to play our stars. Really get a GIF or something.
Hmm. Already starting when you're exporting that the AI is not capable of doing it or what? Man, it's already. Hmm. I'm telling you, export your AI code as much as you can because at some point it's just going to, yeah, break, and then you want to have a backup. And most of the time with those AIs, going back is not as easy as you think. I guess that works. Yeah, okay, let's. Send it. Perfect. No drive access. So if I download it, then I can directly play it, or let's try it out. Let's hope it didn't send me a zip bomb. Guessing I first have to unpack this. Just upload it on itch.io. Create an itch account, put it there, put it in the web version. Because I don't think it's as easy as just writing this. You need to basically start all of the other scripts to make it ready to run. Either over JSON or just HTML. So I guess it use React for it, I guess. Components. Yeah, I just made it with React, I guess. No, it's still telling me no drive access. Just create an itch account, upload it there, and then I should be able to play it. I can't open the link. It's so we have this. This looks goofy. Oh, my eyes are hurting with this. I need to sign in or something. Okay, give me a second. Ah, there we go. Now I'm able to play it. Holy shit. What? Talk. Oh, it's really buggy. Oh, it has like 2 FPS. It's probably because my PC doesn't work so well with parallax scrolling or something. Do I have to like destroy the asteroids, or what do I have to do? Sorry, because like hardware accelerated Dingsbums is not on, or like isn't really working with Brave, I think. Ow, ow, ow. Destroyed my ears. Ah, there we go. Okay, this is not good stuff. Hey, I just spent 50 things on hull repair. Bullshit. Scam. Oh, so I see I can shoot them. Okay. Okay, okay. Can you make the controls as well that it like looks where your mouse is going? It's a little hard to aim because with the mouse the further away you might miss like the stuff where you're aiming at. I can as well. Oh, little titanium. Oh, hell yeah. Rich millionaire Bomberclad. Telling me AI is gonna take all of our jobs with this one. Ow! Okay. Yeah, back to focusing. So, we need now our background. We need a parallax background with
Yeah, the statistics looks really good. I think that's what React is quite good at, because you usually use it for these kinds of graphs and stuff. But yeah, it's like fun to play a little bit around with the AI to create these little prototypes, because you can really see that it's not that bad at it. Mm. Let's try to get ChatGPT to create a parallax generator for us, parallax background generator. How could we do this in like Photoshop? How can we, could you do like in Photoshop that it randomly puts like 1,000 points on a PNG? It's somewhat looped together. Okay, let's see. I want you to create me a parallax background generator for the game, for all of the stars. I just need a really, really simple Python script that is able to take a number of stars that I want to have, and then for each number it should create these white dots on the screen. I should be able to select how big these dots should be, like how many pixels they are. The image size should be 1980 by 1080 pixels big, so normal 16:9 image format. So I want this to be a repeating structure so that I can put this as a parallax background in the game and have like multiple layers for it. That way I want the different sizes. So is that possible that you can create this for me? Let's see if it can do that for us. Shopping research. We already spent, I think, too much time on this actually. Should move on slowly. Pillow script. What do you mean pillow? Is pillow a library or what? Could also install it, but I want to run it inside of it. That would be cool. Run code. Oh, and where does it save this? Wait, does it now just clutter up GBT? Okay, let's just projects, scripts, Galaxy test. I don't know, Galaxy test folder I'm also create a new. You open this thing in where is it? There are more options. Open with Visual Studio Code or Flashback.
Yeah, this looks. No, it's snowing. But what snow? Here's no snow, asshole. Don't bait me like this.
I don't know. I don't know the. Really like how the closed stars look. They look real too. Way too close. They look like directly baked into it. Oh, makes sense. Yeah, if I put it directly to 1, then.
Hey, what's up? Xemri West. No, I'm Xemri. No, I don't think I can. I can pronounce it. I tried, okay? How are you doing, man? I see Pixel Testament in the game. Yeah, I got excited for a second. Oh, this would have been so good. It would have been so much more focused if there was no snow outside. Should it snow this week? Snow Germany. No, it will rain tomorrow. Perfect. No snow the entire time. Yippee! What they have to put on your dog? Oh man, that's not good. I guess you're like really suffering, or I'm really sorry about that. Shit, man. How old is your dog? Fucking hell, man. Yeah. Okay, I don't actually know how old dogs get usually. Yeah, sure, I can show you. I added a little bit of parallax background. Let me just finish this one real quick. I tweak the value. Way too much. Kind of distracting. Everything's still fine, or what did change now? I think we're still good. Are we? No, I don't think we are. It looks weird. Yeah, I forgot I switched the game settings. No, don't tell me that I completely... No, please don't. I changed quite a few things since then. What is going on?
Now start the game. Why is it looking like that? I restarted. Come on. I should have thought for a second or more.
Yeah, need to bring you up to date. I was able to get the stars going. I guess the editor is not loading really nicely. Set the environment up. Environment. The color. Set it back to something more star-like. There we go. Might have to tweak the sizes of the stars a bit. They look a little bit big right now. Yeah, they look way too big, I think. That's part of the problem. Yeah, so I added the stars. We now have like different sections. If you now fly up, let's hope that the next section will be solar field. I will definitely have to add some kind of like warning so that the direction that you're flying in, there is asteroids coming that you slow down. You will be able to upgrade later. Don't know if we will actually be able to get upgrades implemented, but yeah, we'll see about that. There are like different sections that you can go into. That like a solar farm we have the asteroids, as you can see, and they're like spawning more generally. I don't know if you were still there then. Yeah, I think the stars, they look kind of good, but I don't want a good looking game. I mean, I do want a good looking game, but they're too distracting right now. They feel like you pay too much attention to the stars. They're like moving a little bit too much, which makes it like really, really weird to fly. I think I will make this parallax background way, way more chill, like 0.1 here, and actually make the near also further away, because the stars are stars, they're not that close. I think that's part of the issue. There's 3. Okay, we have this is this is 0.05 and make this 0.1. Let's just play around with that. Yeah, that's better. Because the stars were moving a little bit too much, and if you got into like the asteroid field, you paid less attention to the stars themselves. I think like this is actually quite good. Yeah. Tells me that there's some weird stuff going on with the stream. No, I think it's back. Maybe my internet just dipped or something. Yeah, let's make it even smaller. 0.03 and make this like 0.06. Let's see how this looks. Probably hard to do, but maybe you can make a game setting to... Yeah, I think that's a good idea, like to give people the option to play around with it. The problem is just that one, we might not have enough time to give people to get like all of the settings up and running, because settings are kind of hard to do, because you need to save and you need to keep track of everything. So I will have to see how well I will be able to get this done. I think, and then also giving people too much option is also not too good. I saw this with like the electric car for my father. Basically, an electric car is just like buttons. It's just buttons and like a motor, and everything can be binded differently by software. But for some reason, the car manufacturers are not allowing you to change these settings. Like, you're not allowed to play around with the key bindings of the buttons to maybe put it to a different setting. And why is that? Just take a guess. Like, why do you think they don't allow you to play around with it? Pixel test. You like to play around with your car. You wouldn't like this at all. But okay, I gave you enough time to think. The reason is, at least what my father came up with, and well, what I think is actually the reason for it. If you give people the option to play around with it, they mess with it around too much, and then they break it, and then they have to go, oh, this car isn't doing what I want to. If I press this, and then let's say you then forget to drive like for a week, and then you have to find the button for it again. So, yes, you want to maybe bind certain things, but the problem is that if people play around with it too much, which, especially in Germany, we play around with stuff way too much. Like, old people like to touch everything and press this button and what does this do and here and there. And then they completely mess up the settings of their car. So then they have to go to the dealership and basically reset it again, or reset it themselves. And then they complain, oh, this is not working, oh, this is broken, the car sucks. So the easy option is just to not let people adjust these values so that they can't mess it up. So I think, yes, you want to have the ability to play around with it, but the problem is if people change it up and mess around with it too much, then first of all, the company has a bad image if the people mess around with the car so much that the car just isn't functional anymore, which a lot of people are able to do. I mean, yeah, Pixel Test said you could make like a menu button, or in the menu that the people are responsible themselves. Yeah, of course, you can do this, and they 100% can do it. You have like in the agreement that you can change the car settings around, but then you basically lose insurance. Your insurance probably won't like it if you play around with it too much, because then they can push it on you. Which the first thing, which, oh yeah, you played around with the settings. And if the car crashes because you go around it, the insurance won't like it. So that's one thing that I think about it. I'm definitely on the side that you should have the freedom to play around with it, but it shouldn't be for like your everyday Joe that just presses around with it, because people will break it. And even if you press like put it in there and say like, yeah, if you break it, people will be angry if they break it in the end. They're sort of like, oh yeah, okay, I broke it, then it's completely my fault. You aren't. You're just gonna be complaining that they didn't engineer it better. So the easier solution is just to lock everything, which might not be the best solution, but if you have a set amount of time to engineer it and you don't want to spend billions of euros just to test every single combination of every single button that you can set and every single problem that can arise from that, you probably are not gonna have the best time. So at least that's a little bit of my view on it. Let me know, do you have a different opinion to that? Like, I know you Pixel Test, I know that you won't like this at all if your car isn't able to change around. But do you get the reason why car companies do it? Yeah, I think I agree with you. Like, some simple settings would be good. Like on the steering wheel, you have like multiple buttons. It would be cool if you can bind them to different things, like stuff that isn't vital. Like if you change like the blinker signal, then you're not allowed to change the blinker signal. I think stuff like this you shouldn't be able to change. But like buttons that are more like for switching music, making up louder and up, and like other buttons that do some random car settings, like turn your heater on or turn your not turn your heater on, but like turn your steering wheel heater on, which you don't really need that often. You should be able to you should be able to change those, I think. Yeah, that's true. But I guess buying a new car is, I guess it's ups and downs. I would say that in a new car you have a little bit of a better experience if you don't like to play around with the values too much. But yeah, I guess if you buy a new car you have like so much electrical work by now and there, so much computer stuff that you basically have to be a software engineer to be able to tune it. I guess on electric cars, you won't be able to tune anything. Or you aren't really able to legally tune anything. But yeah. Let's see if we can find a section where there's like the solar panels. They look completely like shit. So I will have to see if I can find some kind of better assets for them. Or some kind of put it into AI to make it look better or give me more inspiration, because I have no idea what I was drawing on them. I was just playing around. Oh, and we succeeded already. Yeah, 100 kilometers, 5 sections cleared. We have like this little screen. You can like next run and go, and then there's a problem. What was the problem? Oh, okay, I see. Hot camera? No. What was the problem? Where was it? We had the star background. It was in the spawner star background. Where's the script for that? Wait. Why is the result screen not showing up in here? It is blind, or is it like literally not in here? Oh, the result screen isn't in here. It's perfect. Oh, yeah, I just now read the chat. Pixie I'm gonna check it out in a second. Just gonna reply to the other messages. What are you most excited for making it? You mean like in this game right here, or what am I planning to do after the game is done? I will see about this. I'm no longer really in the game development business. What means business? Like industry. I'm on a different path. Like I'm registered with my business, and I'm more of like focused on solving like real life problems, like with Godot that I've developed, the project management AI that I've developed, which kind of helps developers in all projects basically keep track of their project easier with just one simple voice message. All you have to do basically, I'm gonna show it to you on the app real quick. I talked about it, but I didn't show it. Yesterday, I took a little bit of time and just talked over with like 2 voice messages. Over WhatsApp, I told Godot what to do, what I've done, what I've worked on, and it took that information that I gave it, wrote like big responses to me with like advice and further questions for me. And so it does that and takes this. You can just chat with it. It learns about all of the knowledge, learns about all of your projects, tries to understand it deeply. And then once you're done with that, it creates like a full project documentation for you. Right now it only has a phone app, but I'm working on a website as well for it. And it made like a gigantic documentation about every feature of the game, everything that I worked on, and so on, so that I can keep track of it. And if I come back to the game after oh yeah, right. You were testing it. Yeah, but now it's like really good. It's really good now, I have to say. If you want to try it, I don't know if your account still works. You can maybe try to go back to it. I had to rename it from Projectory to Hardcodo, because Projectory was sadly already taken by 2 companies, which I for some reason didn't check before. So it's now Hardcodo. I never knew Projectory. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I just work on stuff like this now, or like physical stuff, because in the game industry it's kind of difficult to get a successful game that gets you like out of the cycle, out of like the what do you say, like it's kind of hard to make a game that is successful and makes you financially independent from stuff, compared to like solving an actual problem. Making a game is like a lot of work, a lot of experience, knowing what to do. And yeah, like basically how to it's easier to make an app that actually helps people. A game doesn't directly help people, it's just entertainment. And I want to make more stuff that actually helps people achieve their goals. And the game not necessarily does this, just fun playing around. But what do I do afterwards with the game? I'll see if it is really good, if it's well received by the community. I might make like a devlog about it, and if the devlog is like a little game jam thing, and if the people like the the devlog and want to see it grow, then I might make a couple more streams on it, add a few more things, and maybe release it somewhere. But not really the main goal for me. So it will just be the jam game. If it's well received, I might add 1 or 2 updates, upload it somewhere, and we'll see about it. You guys also said that you like the star background now. Thank you for that, but I'm not 100% convinced of it. I want to check one thing though, which is distance. Okay. Which is this: if text, then we do that. And if there's no text, we are just not gonna change it. So we are now able to fly. I think it looks good from the display wise, but it's still a little bit too bright. I want the stars to be like more in the background. It should be like something that you don't intentionally see, or like the stars are moving. You should. Then they're like all like super white, so that you see them quite right now. But I want to make like the last one a little bit more gray. Okay, this just completely sucks at it, as you can see. Where is it? Star parallax 0. We are just going to make the far and try to adjust the far one.
Stutter or for the x in minus width, we're going to add a white. Please add another argument to the function that lets me set the color for the that lets me set a color for the dots. You can't afford a card Godot. Then just send me a message on Discord. Then I might be able to send you like a test key for it. The only condition that I have if I send you a free key for Godot is that you need to have a project that you're actually working on, and you need to actually have a use for hardcoder, like the project that you're actually working on it and that you are testing it. Then I'll give you a free version, free test thing, but only then. So not to clutter up the test users and get like mixed with it. So send me a message on Discord and then I can give you a test link. But you have to tell me what projects you are going to track with it. Star color, there we go. Star color equals 60, 65. Do you have a specific project in the Arduino, or are you just still just like learning about the Arduino? Do you have still like a real goal for it? What you want to do? What you want to achieve? So we got the generate star field for. Does it generate star field with height? Choose star radius galaxy. Let's see. I want to check. Okay. Yeah, just send me a message. I will. It's alright with that. Then send me a message on Discord that I know where I have to send the link to. And I'll hook you up with an account for it. So yeah, one thing I want to check out is these stars are still looking a little bit big. They're not conveying the actual speed so well. I might have to add like some extra particles for that. Like another layer that has like only a couple of points. There we go. Okay, yeah. You still wait, go and try to download from the Play Store. Oh, okay, you gotta go then. I send you a message later. Then we can discuss it further. But you can just download it from the Play Store, and then I can set up your account. Make a 3D game. Try to make it do an MMORPG. That's just not true, is it? Yeah, no, it's not. Idiot. But it's hard. Let's see it in live action. How does it look? Star Galaxy. What? Okay, I'll check it out again, Pixel Test. Does that site still exist? Oh, it does. No, it doesn't.
Oh, perfect. Oh, but it's weird. Probably because I stretched it now. No enemies. Oh, there's one. Hey. do, 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 do. Hey, no more titanium. Oh no, there's still. Ah, du Arschloch. No, all my money. Oh, go away. Do, 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 do. Ah, where is he? Come on. Beat your ass. Ah. So. Fuck is this? Sniper. Can't do anything. Doop, 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 doop. What the hell? Shrink 3 shots. Just ran away. Oh, I didn't. Or we can have 3 shots as well. Okay, I have to upgrade. Whoa, close one. Mm. No, I won't have 3 shots. Not doing this shit. Why did it fail now? With and fix that. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think just installing it doesn't fix it. So, what is wrong with you? GBT fucked it up. I'm grabbing some food real quick. I'm getting really hungry. Oh no. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm using Godot right here, and I'm just using Python here to generate a parallax background for the stars. Just it makes random dots on a background or on a PNG. It. Wait a second. How do I explain this? It creates a PNG which should be transparent, but for some reason that isn't the case. Which a transparent background, which is also not the case, and it put this on the star so that I can. Oh my god! Wow, I can't speak. What is going on? Oh yeah, I guess Python and GDScript are not that dissimilar. There are a couple of like different ways how you name stuff, but the general structure, how you code, how you call functions and so on is pretty similar. Also calculations, how variables works. Okay, you don't have to declare variables here in Godot. Python, but you can do for type safety. Yeah, basically, my game is like no, not roguelike. You have like a goal is to uncover the galaxy or like uncover trade lanes between stars, and you're flying over this background. I guess it's a perfect example here, like the asteroids. And you have like procedurally generated maps between the stars. And your goal is to get through here without crashing or like
getting your ship, you have a certain damage bar that you can't exceed, and if you crash with a certain speed, that is subtracted from you. And your goal is to get to the end. In this case, 100,000. The assets aren't the best yet. So by asteroid spawning here with the solar panels, solar farms. You have like solar farms that you have to get through to get to the end. And I'm just working a little bit on the art style. But I messed a little bit too much around with the code and now it isn't transparent anymore. Which is perfect. I don't know why that's the case. But here this are the images which are not transparent. They're black. So I don't know why they're black. And this should not be black. Let's see if we can find it out. Our commit history, if we had a commit before that. And I think indeed we did. But did we had a working version then? No, we did not. And why is this not the current? Okay, now I don't understand anything. 0, 0. And it should make a transparent background because the transparency set. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, thank you. I can show you what the game will be looking like. A little bit of artwork planning inside of Godot, inside of Miro. Oh god, that's I can't speak anymore. So let's try to take a breather here. I did planning inside of Miro, and I will create this galaxy inside of Godot. You will have like each of these points will be 1 star. And you have like 10,000 stars in one galaxy. My original plan was to have like 1 million, but then the progression would seem like you basically do nothing. So that's why I reduced the galaxy to 10,000 to maybe 50,000 stars, depending on how it looks in the end. And each player has the exact same galaxy. It's created by like a mathematical sequence, like just an ID for the star, and each star ID we calculate its star position out of that. That's how we get like our galaxy shape. And each star is collected by like a hyperlane, and your goal is to map out the entire galaxy for this big company that you're working for. You signed up at the company planning to make some big amount of money because they promise high paychecks, and it's also the galaxy that has an entire monopoly about this galaxy. And your goal is to uncover the hyperlanes, to establish trade routes between those planets, to make sure that these trade routes are safe to use, and map them out so that the next ship doesn't crash into other asteroids or other solar farms and so on. And you fly these routes. This will be like your screen. You are currently on this star right here, and this star, and you have discovered these 2 hyperlanes already. And now you still need to can select like this star, and then it calculates the distance between these stars, and then it goes into this section. Let's run. Where is it? Down here, where you undock from your station. I don't know if I have enough time to make like the animation for it, but in theory you undock from the station. You have to fly through the asteroid fields like a solar farm. We'll also add like normal like space stations with like O'Neill cylinders and other like cool space structures here. It's like a mining site where there's like mining lasers, or like mining drones shooting like lasers at asteroids to make them smaller so that they can be transported or whatever, like resources extracted, and if you fly in them, gonna explode. And once you're done with it and reach the other station, each run should take like 3 to 5 minutes, maybe even a bit longer. We'll have to adjust this later, what feels good. You uncover this trade lane, and this will be stored in a database. I use Superbase for that. And every other player that opens the game
opens the map, will pull all of the records from that database that checks which lanes were already discovered and mark this lane for every other player as discovered, together with your player name and how long it took you to discover this. This will be tracked there on the database and shown to everybody else. So you're basically competing with all of the other players to map out as much of the galaxy as you can. And this would, calculate it with 10,000 stars, this would roughly take 1,000 players playing 50 hours on the game for every single one, assuming 5 minutes per lane of game time, constantly mapping out the galaxy to map the entire galaxy. You have like a scoreboard where you see how much % of the galaxy you mapped. And yeah, that's the idea of it. And your whole backstory is the company you signed up for it, you thought you would have an easy time flying, you make a good amount of money, you sign the contract, and only then you realize that the company puts all of the cost on you. So you start out with like $1.4 billion in debt to the company, because you had to buy the ships and all of the equipment for it, and you have to basically work your way out of the debt. Death Stranding, okay, let me see. Death Stranding. I've seen this game before, but I never played it. Would you recommend to play it? Oh no, I'm not, so... Shadow Ninja, I'm welcome to the stream, and no, I'm not working with an artist. If that's somebody that wants to work together, that would be great, because if you look at my structures that I came up with so far, let's see if I can see my nice solar panels here. Let's see if I can just find the art for it. Run environments, assets, 2D asteroids. Got the asteroids, they look somewhat good because I used a generator for that, for the asteroids. And we got our stations that look like this. Oh, not that good. So I'm not working with an artist, or else the artist wouldn't really be good. But yeah, it would be great to have like an artist who could design the space stations and so on. Also, it's a huge amount of work. Yeah, it's quite a big scope for the game jam, but I think we got most of the game details done, or like the core features. The rest that's to do is the galaxy, which is kind of like the biggest feature there, but I imagine that not being the biggest problem. I wanted to get the run system out of the way. And on top of that, I'm not limiting to myself to making everything myself. I will make this very clear in my jam submission that I will use AI heavily for the development of the thing. I'm still understanding all of the code, so if the AI generates the code for me, I go through it and deeply understand it and track if everything is correct from that AI. But I get a lot of help from AI to generate these systems, because my goal with this jam is to get a big game done within a week. And I think we're on a good track to get at least something out. If we get an artist for it, this would be super cool. But yeah. Yeah, the scope is quite big to have like galaxy with this, but I started 3 days before the jam started. I started live streaming there, and I already mapped out all of the math that needs to be done, all of the work that needs to be done here. So I already did some pre-work before the jam. I didn't write any code, but I like mapped out how you can calculate it. You could use polar coordinates to track this, but that was like my third or fifth idea, or like what I came up together with ChatGPT how to do it. But now the idea is that when the user starts, we generate all of these planets, like their positions, their ID and their positions. I don't think we need much more. And from that, we store that in a variable, like a list. And every time we open the map again to load like the stars near us, we search this list for all of the stars that are within a certain X and Y coordinate. But yeah, that's a big scope. I got a lot of the math done. And I think, to finish this, like you have this X and Y coordinates and we have like 10,000 entries in this list, which is quite a lot, but I think a computer should be able to handle this. I'm not sure how well the itch.io web will handle this. I think it's not too bad if people enable their hardware accelerated thing on there, that it basically uses your hardware, not just the software or like web version, however this works. But yeah, we'll see about that. Oh, it's a transportation game. It's a lot of lore. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I might have to check it out. I think I actually got it for free on Epic Games when it was like free for like a couple of years ago. I definitely saw the game, but I never got around to downloading and playing it actually. Game design has always been daunting because of the doing a little bit of everything aspect. Yeah, it's quite complex. Like, game design itself is, when you start with developing games, you basically getting, it's the most complex thing to start with computer programming. And I think it's one of the biggest areas where people want to start, because you're not just learning programming, you learn to use like a big tool like Godot, and you have to, except like for each game engine, you have like 50,000 more things that you need to learn just on the coding side as well. Then you need to learn a bit of art design, a bit of like 3D modeling. If you're like 3D, make a 3D game, you need a little bit of 3D modeling. Of course, you can clump together assets from everywhere, but at some point, to make it actually look good and fit together, you need 3D modeling, you need sound design, you need a little bit of marketing. Marketing is a huge part of like any kind of project, which a lot of people underestimate. Oh, I just make a cool game and then it's done. Then everybody will play it. But sadly, it's not that simple. There's a lot of marketing that you need to do that people actually download your game. But yeah, yes, it's quite difficult to get started with game development and get to a point where you are able to finish a game or publish a game. And that's why game jams are so cool to me, or like, I like the idea of a game jam so much. You have like this short amount of time frame where you need to cramp in all of these different things. I probably won't even get sound into this game, the game jam with this scope, but yeah. Do I have a backend for the core part of my game? That's the cool thing. We don't have a direct co-op. We have like an asynchronous multiplayer. It's not that you have in real time play with other people or yet to encounter other people on the track. You are only sharing the IDs. I'm only storing the IDs of these hyperlanes that have been discovered together with the player ID. And then once somebody loads their current star field here, like their list with our approach down here, which isn't actually the actual approach, but this one, bit of math. We just get the hyperlane ID, which is calculated out of a hash between this star, and then checking how likely they are. Like the hash is then modulo 100, and if that modulo 100 is higher than 60, for example, then we make a hyperlane there. And this is our star ID then. This is the hash out of both of them. And this is stored in the database. And when somebody opens the map, we basically get those hyperlane IDs. And before we render to the player, we first render all the star IDs when you open the game, because it's not that computational expensive. And then we check the current star IDs
with the ones that have already been discovered and the ones that all of the ones. And then if one of them matches up with the ones that we got from the database, we know that it has already been discovered. So that's how we display it. So we don't have direct multiplayer. But it seems like story-wise, it's almost got a mixture of Little Company and FTL. FTL doesn't say anything, but Little Company is kind of what I was thinking about as well, for like the game style, for the story as well. For the story, I was more focusing on like the vibe between Shipbreaker. FTL, I think I saw it, but I never played it. I never played it. I don't know if you know Rings of Saturn, Delta V, Rings of Saturn. This game here, basically you are like a mining ship that has to eat like asteroids or like shoot asteroids down and then get the minerals out of them. And then you fly back, which is kind of realistic. And there's also like there's this big company that you work for that they don't care about you, and you just are a little cog in the machine and you make a little bit of money along the way. And then also Shipbreaker, which is this game where you're basically dismantling ships. And there's also like this game is absolutely great. It's really good design, really good lore behind it, nice story. The game lets you like freely play, freely dismantle ships, but there's like this law of this company that acts like they care about you, but they actually don't. And they directly, there's like where the stat comes from, that idea. You start out at the company and you die so that they can make like clones of you. Like when you die, they could get another clone of you is made. So you die, and they put all of the costs on you. So you directly start out with like $1 billion of debt. You basically have to work at the company and have no way of going out. And the whole game is about like getting your rights and getting your thing of it. It's a really interesting story. Oh yeah. So you Helen and Ninja, you also working on something like this, or is this saying you're taking notes for it? Yeah, web kind of limits the use of memory, but you can on browser select that they use like your hardware acceleration, which basically then uses more of your hardware, like a actual game, and doesn't render it over the browser, and uses more of the PC hardware. How exactly it works, I don't know, but it just is more powerful, and then it's not that big of a deal. And there is still like 10,000 calculations, or this time 3, you have multiple calculations per star. It's like 30,000 calculations, which your PC should be able to handle within like a millisecond or so. So it's not that bad, but we have to actually check it out once we are inside. Once we're at the stage, how bad it is actually. Yeah, also this feature, I knew about it, but I just forgot that it existed, because I was trying a game from a friend 2 days ago who also made a game jam, who also participated in a game jam, and when I loaded it, it was like 1 FPS. I didn't know why, and then I checked Brave. It is kind of like a little buggy with that. It doesn't really work in Brave, but I switched to Chrome and I had it enabled there. It was like running completely fluently, like 60 FPS, no problem, because it used like my hardware of the PC directly instead of rendering inside of like the server on Godot and setting it over. I think that's how they would have done it. Game dev, I made like 60% of a tower defense game, but I've gotten switched to something. Okay, so how long have you been making games for? Oh, the second part, switch to Excel game.
kind of gonna be a symmetric style. Minecraft maybe. Oh, I see. So I think working with voxels is also really cool. I haven't gotten around to working with it too much yet, but the basic idea of like Minecraft and how you generate those Minecraft seeds or Minecraft maps is kind of similar to how my galaxy works as well, or like how I'm getting data out of that galaxy. I'm basically using random number generators on each of these star IDs, like as our seed for the random number generator. And number generators aren't truly random. They just use a seed to give you a different set of numbers. So you usually give it the current time, and as the time always changes, you get a different number in the generator, or a different sequence of numbers. So if you use the same seed every time, you get the same output every time. And if you use the star ID, you can get a random output with a star ID. And you can then use that random output between two certain values, and you can, from that star ID, you can say, a star ID 250,000, and I want to know how many stars this star has. And I don't have it saved in any database. I just know the star ID. You can use the star ID as the seed in your random number generator and give me a random number between 5 and 10, and then it will always output 7 if the star ID is 250,000, just as an example. You can actually test it out. Just a simple script. We got our main script right here. Oh, I got a lot of code in here. Just fold these functions up real quick. Space. Like 3 to 4 months and 3 to 4 hours after work. Yeah, that's great. I mean, how do you feel like with consistency? Because you said that you started like a tower defense game but stopped it. Did you no longer like the idea, or what was your reason for stopping it there? So I've been developing games, or like I started developing games 4.5 years ago, somewhere around there. Somewhere when I was in 8th grade, I just finished watching, what was it? Konosuba, I think, the anime. And I wanted to build this scoreboard out of this, like, adventurous guild or whatever. And then I just started with Godot as well. And since then I switched to Unity after a couple of months because Godot broke all of my game files. And now I'm getting back into Godot because I'm using it at work as well. But I always had the problem that I was getting 500 million different ideas, but I was never able to finish them. Or like get to a point where I started them for 2 weeks and then got off track, didn't correctly plan what to do. I got off track and I got the new cool idea, or how about I make a Minecraft clone, or how about I start making a space game which is completely tracked by it's just a complete galaxy and every player has to discover their own hyperlanes. You can track it with other, and getting like all of these different cool ideas, but never sticking to it for more than a couple of months. More than a couple of weeks. Month was really good games, but I did some good amount of planning. I put myself in a corner with the upgrade system. Started relying a little too much on AI and it ruined the fun a bit. I may go back to it after learning a bit more. Yeah, I think that's also one of the things where you have to really be careful with AI. I think you can check out Pixel Test's game. Pixel Test, are you able to share the link inside of the live chat here? Maybe try it out. Pixel Test is just like trying to vibe code a game for fun and take a look at it. And I think, of course, this year is just for fun.
Like it's lagging because my hardware accelerated thing. What? You added audio to the game? That was that. And you see, like, it's not really running on my Delta, my Brave, because it's not really efficient, or like not using hardware accelerated computation. But with AI, you have to be careful because you have so much good code that you can generate that works. But as soon as you have to go back into it because the code didn't work, and you have to fix up stuff, then it's where the real problems come. And yeah, that's why AI can be really, really dangerous there. Yeah. I mean, losing motivation is also like a big problem of game development. I also had this all the time with my games. I think I started over 200 games in Unity alone. Let's see if I can still. I think I don't even have half of the games, not even close to half of the games in the Unity editor. I have to see about that. I wish I used Godot at work. Yeah, I mean, Godot it's really cool. I'm basically working in a team where they are building a, how do I explain it in short? They are building a tool which is called eCal, which is basically a middleware between that allows you to for easy data transfer between PCs and also inside of a PC between like softwares. And I'm building an add-on inside of Godot for it that basically allows you to use this tool inside of Godot as well. So that it's basically used in the automotive industry to get like test data from cars. But with Godot, as it is free, you could go ahead and use Godot inside of, you can use this test data that you captured from a car and display it inside of Godot to visualize certain things, to build data boards and so on. And my job is to build like nodes inside of Godot that you can drag onto your objects to track it, or the other way around. Other game developers could use eCal to, for example, record all of their player stats and then replay this back. For example, you could build a kill cam with that. For a kill cam, you need to record all of the different transforms and all of the changes of the current scene. It's kind of difficult to do that right now yourself because you need to track so much data. And with eCal, the idea is just to set up this little. You just drag this node under your player. You then per code say, yeah, now start recording. It records all of the data, and then it can play back all of the data later, which is kind of cool. So kind of the project that I'm building right now is also somewhat of a demo project for the extension later. The link is too long, okay. Wait, can I share the link? Wait, I will try. Can you guys see this link? I hope I was allowed to send this pixel test. Right now for my voxel thing, there's a tutorial I found on C#, but I'm converting it to Godot script because it's fun to do. A little help from my eye because of how different the script are. I'm listening. Yeah, so it sounds like an interesting thing. So you build it inside of Godot with C#, and now you are converting it to Godot GD script. I think that's also a good way to learn like all of the difference between C# and Godot. But yeah, that's a good idea. It's not directly a job where I'm working. Right now it's an apprenticeship. So basically studying, but you 80% work at the actual company and go 10% to school.
and don't really study. It's like a tier below studying. But yeah, it's pretty cool. The team is super, super cool. But I'm now in this department for half a year. I'm in there for like 2 more months, and I hope by then I can show off a good feature. There's still a lot of problems that are with that. To get it working inside of Godot, to make an extension for Godot was kind of a hassle, or get all of the setup done. But yeah, that's really cool. So, pixel test, we're gonna test your game now. Let's try it out. It's full screen. Turn on the audio. Let me know if the audio is too loud for it.
Cazette, you owe me a new ship. Cazette. KZZT, you call that flying? My grandma mines faster. Over.
How did you get voice acting into your game? You 100% vibe coded this. It's crazy. Oh.
Kazit, eyes open, moron. Debris impact. Kazit.
Why does he say Kazit? Oh, it's the anime coming. Fuck. Oh, close one.
Kazit, pirate down. Don't expect a bonus.
Oh. So it's on the Godot subreddit. I mean, Pixel Test started with this like an hour ago or something. Just vibe code this. The voice acting. You actually might have to use this voice acting in the game as well. Can you export this as an audio or incoming?
Kazizi, pirate down. Don't expect a bonus. Over.
Said this already. Goofy Star Wars Musik. Oh man.
Kazit, don't expect a bonus. Over.
Why does he pronounce it like that? Oh, I can get a crew. It's items higher prices. Increase asteroid drops. I'm gonna do that. Oh, we got more cargo capacity. There's the cargo? Oh, okay, I see. Do the stars also drop more now?
Kazit, you lose it. Don't lose it.
Lose what? What do you mean? What do I lose? Anyway, coming. Piss off. I just one-shot him?
Kazit, pirate down. Don't expect a bonus.
Why does he say cause? You might be able to add like navigation markers where you can find back to the docking thing. Also add like a save system that it saves your progress.
Kazit, pirate down. Don't expect
Probably
a
stored in
bonus.
like local cache on
Over.
the browser. Shouldn't be too hard for it to implement. Cargo capacity, laser system. What do we upgrade? No, we don't need repairs. It's quite cheap to. Oh, I didn't know we can break those. Yeah. I mean, this would be a crazy amount of cost for this to be generated every time, or like every time it makes another API call to Gemini to create it.
Pirate down. Don't expect a bonus.
Yeah, he really says it a little bit differently. Maybe he recorded like 2 or 3 tracks of this. Like the pronunciation is a little bit different. Bonus. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to go after the iron.
KZ
Doesn't make enough money.
I authorize those repairs. Don't waste them.
What's your problem?
Kazit. Don't lose it. Static.
What did he say? Did he say static now? Wait, does it do it?
Kazutit. Don't expect a bonus. Over.
Let's focus back on the development. Got some work left to do. But here are just some of the the Unity projects. They are all spread across like different folders on my PC, and this is only like 1 or 2 folders. I think that's just that's just 2 folders. I have like 3 or 4 folders more that I can add. So I have all of like the mini games. I at some point moved them all. That's why they're no longer registered in Unity. But there's a crazy amount of different games that I made, that I started, and just always, oh yeah, worked on this for like 2 weeks, got distracted by a new idea. And that's why I built this thing down there, which is basically an AI project assistant that helps you to make it really, really simple to document your projects, and this all in WhatsApp. So all you do is at the end of the day, you send a little voice message. Today I worked on this, this, and this. I had problems with this thing there. Yesterday I mentioned that I wanted to do that, but actually this didn't turn out to be so easy. So I spent 3 hours on that today. And then after the day is over, like at 3 a.m., it generates like a full, it checks your project documentation, which is also creates for you. And then it takes the project documentation and compares it to your new progress, adds new updates from the day, and gives you a updated project documentation. So if you mention a new feature that you're working on, that you're implementing, then it will look at it and add it to the project documentation. So far, I can show it on the phone. There we go. I'm also tracking the game jam right here. This is like the documentation. Right now, it's still not like nicely formatted in the app. I just released it like 3 weeks ago, on the 9th of November. And it's made this entire project documentation, which basically covers all of the things that I do here inside of the game jam, which I planned for it. And you can then just copy it with the button up there, put it into a ChatGPT or any other AI. If you need any help with coding, then you have like a fully made project documentation, which is always kept up to date. So even if you add new features, you just spend like 5 minutes in bed yapping on a voice message to Hardcoder about it, and it tracks it for you. There's also a weekly summary that it generates, which is also really, really cool. It's not in the production version yet. Let's see if I can show it. No, it doesn't work with this project. Yeah, there we go. The stats are a little bit messed up, but in theory it shows you like a tracker every day, how much you worked on it. Like on top here, it should usually show you a Kanban board, and on the Kanban board a burn down chart, which is not nicely formatted yet because there's still some problems with it that I need to fix before I can release to the version. Also, that's just a test build. But a burn down chart basically shows you how many tasks you planned this week, how many you completed from that, and how much you worked on it every day to evaluate your progress that week. It then also gives you like a little wins that week and misses that week. Let's see if I can put a big screen. There we go. You have like the little burn down chart on top. You have the wins and misses down here, which are just like tests for now. And down there's also little like analyzation of the work patterns. Like if it notices that there this says that, for example, here one of the things that it notices from the test that I was only making progress on Friday, and the rest of the week I was only working slightly on it but didn't make real progress. And then it like realized on Friday you made this, it gives you a note, and you can also tell it then, yeah, Friday was because the rest of the week I didn't work too much on it, and Friday I was really focused and I did this and this different. And then it can remember that you did this thing and remind you then across the week that you might want to do more of that what you did. Maybe you listened to a certain kind of music on Friday which helped you focus a bit more, and work with these little points to make you better and better. And then one of the coolest features, which I think about it, is that it gives you a single progress score each week, which shows you how much progress you made. Down there, the planned and completion tasks aren't fully loaded yet, but it gives you like this score, which basically is AI generated by looking all of your progress that week and what you planned this week, how much progress you made on this. And this isn't generated by you made like 50 tasks and then check them off just to get more points, but really you planned 10 tasks and you completed those 10 tasks, or you planned 50 tasks, completed 10 tasks, and then it just says, yeah, you didn't make any progress for this week, but it wasn't really realistic to create all of these 50 tasks. It will also tell you what to do better next week. Then shows like how much messages you sent, how many tasks you completed, and so on. But yeah, that's just one thing that is still coming out. Hopefully not too long, probably in the next 2 weeks after the jam. But yeah, if you try it right now, I'm still looking for testers. So with the link down there, which is Jam1, you get like 50% off. If you want to try it, if you have projects that you want to keep track of, then Hardcoder might be a good solution for you. I've used it with like all of my project. I used it for Hardcoder itself for the development of it, and it's helped me really stay on track because it's super easy. You just send a single voice note and that's all you do. You don't have to open a software. You don't have to think how you plan it, where to put the task, how to get remembered again. It's just WhatsApp. You just chat with another human being, basically, or in this case, a big machine room, but that acts like a human being, which makes it easier to document the project. So you just talk normally to them. So yeah, if that sounds interesting, you can check it out. So far on the Play Store, and the App Store is also coming the next few weeks. There are still some setup stuff that needs to be done so that they can release it. But yeah, sounds good. Check it out. Just a little pitch there. So let's get back to the game. We were working on the parallax background, which doesn't want to take our background image as 0. If we just try to export this, we are just making a test export, which will be this duplicated. And we call it test. Dim, gray, blue, don't actually care about that. But I will test out what it outputs. We get that. So look at it here. And now it is what? Why is it transparent now? Okay, so I don't know what I changed, but it works now. I'll take it, I guess. So we're back here. Near is transparent. It's transparent. So I would not know why it does that. Does it use any other sprites or what? We are generating that again and then trying to select it in the near. So we're gonna reset that. Gonna open our field. We take our near stars. Let me check this out in the editor. It puts it into a different folder. Where does it put these files? Okay, makes sense. Okay, tab, it puts it under the Godot itself. Oh, puts it in here under stars layer read. There it puts it. Why it puts it there? I don't know, honestly. Ah, I see. Yeah, I will try to add some music. I actually messaged one guy, like I'm listening to music on the side. I have it off for the past 3 hours for some reason, but I always listen to like these kind of like hour mixes. I'm just gonna turn it on. Just like this style, there's like some chill, like sleepy music kind of, but this isn't copyrighted, and all of the copyrighted music is somewhat yeah, somewhat not so good for focus. It's, yeah, copyrighted music, it isn't that good. I messaged the guy of the channel if he's interested in allowing me to use the music, but he didn't get back yet. I will try to find if some music in that style. Let's see if copyright focus music. Let's see if we can. Oh. Let's see the copyright claims. There is no. Okay, it was generated, but is there a. So am I allowed to use it or not? No lyrics. I'm not gonna risk it, because if there's music that is copyrighted in there, I have to mute the entire section of the stream in the end, which isn't too bad, but if I later want to come back, recommendations. When I later want to come back and edit like a section out of it, I would have to download it from YouTube. And then version description. Is everything alright? OBS just messed around, I guess. No copyright music. I'm gonna trust it. I'm gonna trust it. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's actually a good thing. I was thinking about getting some music on anyways. But it's kind of... He says it's no copyright in the title. Or a donation is cool, yeah. But if you only get the thing after the donation, then this basically means that it is paid. So it's no longer a donation, is it? Donation is like free. You get the thing for free, but you can make the donation. It's not really a donation, right? Let me see. Guess you get the wave file or something per... Let's see. We'll see if the stream gets copyright claimed or something like that. We'll know this guy is at fault here for putting not the right title in the thing. But yeah. Our galaxy map looks better now, at least a bit more interesting. So let's see how it looks. Yes. A bit better. But still, you think that you're traveling slower. I think we need some more particles, like some random particles on the screen. I think we can do this with the normal particle though. I want to generate one thing more though, which will be... It's right here. Which is... only saying that it is a 1.2 or something like that. Because these stars shouldn't be too big. Let's see, we now saved... Where did you save it? Did you save it to the right folder or... No, this time it looks it's in the right folder. Yeah, it's a bit smaller. So I will upload the build in a second on itch. You can give me some feedback on it. What you guys think? maybe some ideas. I'll put the export the project real quick. We get v0.5 was implementing the end station, and now with 0.6 we have a parallax background. That's good enough for a mid-sized update. So we're good with that. Now we go on itch. I'm gonna close all of these tabs for now. Yeah, yes. Wait, let's like the other video as well. If you enjoyed the stream, please don't forget to like and maybe subscribe if you liked it that much. Always helps me out. Get more people aware of the stream and keeps me motivated to keep making them. So let's edit the game. Stream end. Did the stream end? Wait, did anything happen with... No, the stream doesn't end. I was just just trying to get people to like if they enjoyed it. No, don't worry. Why is the text here so... What's going on? There we go. Text didn't load. So we're gonna upload a new build here. Why is this stretched like that? So there we go. Exports. Web. And we want to export the version 6. We need to convert this to zip. Open that zip. Yeah, I'll check it out later, Pixel Design, but first I want to get this up and running and also check off my task list, because we got quite a lot of things more to do today. So I think today will be at least more 6 hours, so I guess until like 3 or 4 a.m. I think I will fall asleep before that anyway, so we got this moved over. So I think the next step will be our galaxy generation logic. No, we don't want to remove the windows, we want to remove the web thing. We select this as a browser playable version. By the way, is the music too loud or is it alright that like this? By the way, is the music too loud or is it alright that like this? Music perfect. Okay, I think I was a little bit too loud, or had it a little bit loud. Anyway, I think my mic is a little bit over saturating, right? It sounded like that. I can reduce a little bit of the gain that I added. It's perfect, you say? Okay, then I'll keep it like that. So perfect. Then we save this page. Okay, something is not correct with the internet. I don't know if it's this right here. No, it looks like it's itch.io. Yeah, I think itch has a problem. Oh, perfect. So for everybody that wants to try it, with some feedback, I hope it loads for you. No, I think your itch.io has a problem with their service or something. Maybe it's me, maybe I uploaded. My game is not good enough or something like that. Yeah, so they just decided to shut down. I hope not. So one thing we're gonna add though is we're gonna take this one, yeah, this to the layer, and we can now test out if that we will actually move this up above the camera by yeah, I think itch has a problem right now. I hate that Y is down. That's so unintuitive. So we're just gonna reduce that a little bit to like 50. Make it set it to minus 1500, so it's quite a bit up. The time. Oh, what's up, Reaper? Oh, I think it will be difficult. I think there will be quite a lot of things left to do. Yesterday wasn't too good, and today I've been not the most focused. So I think today will either be an all-nighter or at least a long night. As you can see, we got like the parallax background drawing. It's not perfect. The stars are a little bit too bright, I think. So they're kind of a bit distracting from the actual game, which you need to focus on. But I think in general we made quite a good amount of progress. I would like somebody that could draw space stations a little bit better than I do right here. But I think that has to wait for a little bit. I think like this is a bit better. We have like these smaller particles that are coming every now and then here, which might be just some really small particles in space, some dust or whatever. That's somewhat realistic. But I don't like that they are so weirdly spawning. Like if you stop for a second, then you will see that there's like a clump, like a multiple of them above you. But I think we're making good progress in general. Yeah, thanks. I mean, I see it's coming together now. The ship needs to be redesigned. I think the art is not too bad. When you're focusing more on like the huge scale of this solar system. So I think having more stages is more important than having the best looking art. Because if you actually want to discover the entire solar system here, or entire galaxy, if you want it so, galaxy, then you don't want to have these stages every single time, because you spend 50 hours in this thing theoretically, if you are one of thousands of people who always also does this. So in theory, we want some more variety. But I think we should first try to focus on the galaxy map now. The parallax is working to a good extent. So I don't know if you guys can try it and try to reload the itch page again. Let me know if it works for you. And you know, there is a free section, like there is one section where you might have to travel up like 20,000 kilometers. 20,000 kilometers before you see... Oh, it's 20 kilometers, right? That's not 20,000. No, that's 20 kilometers. Yeah, where you might have to travel up like 20 kilometers to 30 kilometers, because there are free sections where there is nothing spawning, and apparently sections where the asteroids and things are spawning. What the hell is going on? Asteroid field, solar field, so apparently they are... Distance wasn't the best between them. I guess they could work together, but then it would make more sense if the solar fields are like destroyed, because the asteroids don't do too well or mix too well with like solar fields, I would imagine. Anyways, we got our stars, we got this. The next step we will do is implementing the galaxy generation logic. For that, we need a counter who goes up from 1 to 250,000. Showing you something. If you see the light mode, go to this, look at the camera, and we do this. This is like one Russian guy who plays like CSGO. There's like this flashbang exploding in his her camera. Goes like why it's exactly like that. Yeah, I guess it's literally like if I turn this off I can't see anything in the room, or not so much. If I turn it on I can read the text back there on the other wall. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, this guy. Okay, let's compare. Wait, we're gonna put it on. No, we can't put it on. Then the flashback doesn't work. Compare to. It's the exact same. Okay. If you know how to turn this into dark mode, is there a Miro dark mode? The dark mode. Oh, I don't know if the dark mode looks good. Dark mode. Yeah, feature where you can change the color of the board's background. Check the board settings, board color. Wait. Here. What? Board color. Oh my god. And it doesn't work. I guess. Oh, no, it does work. The frame just... Rename... Yeah, that's not good. No. No, don't do that. I mean, you can change the background color a little bit, but it isn't the best. Because I use this frame, because I have like another project which I worked on like 2 years ago, also on this board, because I don't want to pay for it. I don't use Miro that often. It doesn't really pay off to get it now. I just got it for... And the frame, you can change it. I don't know if I can. Oh, is that still there? That's still there. Whoa. Okay, so I guess we are doing this now. All of that, let's put it into... Can I change the drawings into white mode? Yes, I can. Okay, that's good. I made a lot of calculations here. I don't think it will be that easy. And I feel like I'm getting distracted again. So turn it to white. White. More white. I guess we have to do this for everything now. It's a little bit better. Till we come here again. Oh, the problem is I made some highlight colors here. That's not too good. Okay, let's take this light gray then. And not waste much more time on it. This, it's fine. It's good enough like this. Excalibur. By the looks of it, yes. At least I opened it before. Yeah, I think I played around with it before. But there was something that I didn't like about it, I think. Yeah. I'll continue using Miro for now. Question? No, I don't have a question. I would like to get back. Yeah. I keep like this for now. If I'm a little bit bored later, I will just maybe turn all of this into white mode. Oh, these are also, I need to put this gray then. Yeah, this will be a bit of work. Then let's try to focus on the important things then. Let's put the board a little bit to the side so that we don't cover our other ideas. We have day 1, which we can remove to make it a little bit smaller. That's actually stuff that we don't need to think about actually, but so implementing the galaxy generation logic. Let's look at our chat that we had here before. The galaxy generation. Let me add it. So I'm now at the point where I am ready to implement the galaxy generation, and the thing broke up again, which is perfect. Test. We have to write. No. Are you? Does it work now? Oh, it does. Perfect. So again, or maybe it doesn't load nicely. Oh, come on. Pixel test, you broke it again. Pixel test did just say that he loaded the game and thinks it runs more smoother than before. So that's the good thing at least. Problem is that yeah, still works, and we use less computational power. And still feels a little bit slow with the star background. Wouldn't you agree, Pixel Test? Like the star background makes you now feel you're traveling quite slow. Then you jam into these structures, which you have no idea that they are coming. It's good. Okay, then I will run with it for now. Then let's focus on making our star. I'm 1 second. Check some. So I noticed that my lips are getting really dry. I would have no idea why this could happen. Maybe not because I drank 90% energy drinks over this last week and only 20-30% water, which is, I don't think, a good mix. Not a good ratio. And then only like 1 liter a day maximum. Let's try to focus a bit more on drinking more water, being a bit more focused. So yeah, now I'm at the point where Come on, focus, man. It's not difficult. Ay, ay, ay. I want you to write a quick response. You to write a... Auf dich gehört. Oh, perfect pixel test. Yeah, I'll try to look at it later. I don't want to get too much distracted now, so I will try to not make different changes. I want to now implement the galaxy generation. So let's set our goals for today. That for the rest of the stream. It's currently 10 p.m. I have no work tomorrow. I am free the rest of the week. I can stream for however long I like. Of course, keeping in mind that I will completely continue to destroy my sleep rhythm. I went to bed at 6 a.m. today. Yeah, so I'm only awake like 7 or 8 hours. Which is not that good. But I will probably keep working for a couple of more hours, at least 5 hours, to get our 12 hours on the streams, on the stream again. Because yesterday I only literally I watched like an hour or an hour and a half, because I was too lazy and rather watched YouTube than work, which I don't like now, and I won't do it again. I will have my phone somewhere right here when I go to sleep, so that I wake up, I directly start streaming, no sitting there and watching YouTube for an hour before I start. And with that, we can work however long we like, because we will focus directly in the morning. What I want to do now is finish the galaxy generation. This means that I want to be able to have the list of the generated galaxy of all the stars with their position in the polar orbits or their position in XY. So we generate the galaxy, use our math in the polar orbit to generate the galaxy positions or each star position, then convert this polar orbit position back to an Cartesian position. Coherent to a normal XYZ coordinate system, Cartesian system, Cartesian coordinate, and from that we are then able to star that in the list and are able to process that list. Once we open the galaxy map, we can read out all of the stars within a certain XY coordinate, so we need a filter algorithm, a sort algorithm. We will probably use something like quicksort, but even quicksort is quite slow, so we will search for the best sort algorithm there to make it as fast as possible without using the least amount of computing power, which uses the least amount of time. Rather, like the least amount of time, not least amount of computing power, which is the fastest. And when that is working, we can pull out these stars. We display them on a Godot map, which will be only like maximum like 30-40 stars surrounding us, and we would be able to get all of their positions, display them in Godot, and I think that's maximum what we're able to do today if we really focus. This would be really cool. Then tomorrow we can sit down and think about or like get the hyperlanes calculated between those stars. So we have each of these stars, we can then create a hash out of them, put all of these stars put both of these stars into star D1, double point star D2, hash them together, or create a hash out of that string, and then use that hash to modulo by 100, and if we get more than 60, if the 100 fits more than 60 times into this hash, then we are... No, I'm stupid. So we've divided by 100 and there is the rest, more than 60. Then we say there is a connection between this star and that star. But before we can make this connection, we need to check the distance between the stars, or at least get the next surrounding stars to that one, so that we know that the stars surrounding the current stars are at least, how do I say it? That the stars surrounding our current star, what the hell am I talking about? That the stars closest to us are the only ones that we check the hyperlanes from, and if they are within a certain distance, we 100% connect them up. Or we might even need to do the hashing, because we can check their distance. Let's look at our star map again, and let's maybe not try to crash my PC while doing that. So we take out our nice pen, this time with a white marker. We are picking this spot right here. We are drawing our one planet there. We have one planet here, another planet there, and another planet here. And from that planet, know their positions, we can get the radius of a star. Can we get a circle like this? Perfect. We can, with V, select out of that thing. We can select V, and we can scale up this circle. So we have the circle, and if our star is within that reach, we make a connection to that one. These two stars are connected then, at least that we know. Then we can repeat that circle for the next star, which basically returns the same result. That star is connected with each other. This star would not be connected with any others. The problem then becomes is, when we have this fixed circle, no, this also doesn't work. Okay, that's for tomorrow to figure out. Let's focus once more. Focus your stupid little monkey brain on that what is right ahead, and not just what tomorrow or in 5 days or whatever the fuck right now. I want you to write a list of the next steps for implementing this into Godot now. How we need
By the way, the music is this right here. So at least put some more. Again, off topic. Like we did in our script right here. Let's open it, recent Godot Galaxy test, and in this script we wrote a simple test that takes 10,000 stars. And we are okay, just let it run. Let it here, this would be our galaxy, how it looks like. Little spirals right here, which we could color nicely. But we don't need any of the color, we don't need any of the display. We only want each of these stars, which each of their polar coordinates. Which in this case, yeah.
Blindheit. Damn, bro. Now next try is to recreate everything that I made already in my game. And then finish it before me. Also with like working multiplayer working thing. And then you have to make me a code review of how everything works. Okay, so save system is done as well, and you can send it around. Nice. So I'm going to try something.
Reboot complete. You owe me a new ship, KZZ. Radio check. Over. Do you copy? You unnamed dev. Can't crash again? Static.
Just... Bro, this is so much API cost. I mean, you don't care about this, but if you were to actually make this in production, no way you would survive longer than a month. No way.
Cause you crashed a paint, you unnamed dev?
God damn. And I just see the thing is not rotating here on the map. You're not rotating the triangle. So you either just make it like a dot normally. Or rotate it.
Authorize those repairs. Don't waste them. You unnamed dev.
How can you...
Crash all the time.
How
Over.
can you save now? Oh, escape, okay. Haha. Ching. Ching. So, import file. Ah, look at this. Dum 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 dum. Ka-ching. Ching ching. Pixel test, you need to add more features. Add more features, pixel test. I already played it through. Holy shit. Nobody can stop me.
Your mechanic is deployed. Don't let unnamed dev slack off.
You tell me to slack off. Look at my bank account, you progress. I'm like, what do I even have? Like, 1,000 million. I've 390 billion. He tells me I shouldn't slack off. Fuck is he talking about?
Eyes open, moron. Debris impact. Cause you unnamed dev.
Die
Over.
Fresse! Kleiner Bastard. Market AI? Where's Market AI? What? You take my rebellion?
Oh shit, I misspelled. No, I'll check it out in a second, but the chat goes away. What? Your mom is unemployed. Okay, no, let's not take this too far. Let's get back to our thing. This shit is insane. You just built an AI chatbot. You vibe coded. How do you even pay for it? It's like, do you use an API key in there? How does it communicate? If you export the game, can I also communicate with it? In theory, then couldn't I take like the API key? And wouldn't that mean that if I can copy that the API key, that cost probably goes to your account, and if you now give that game to other people, they could use that API key maybe, and use it in their own projects and charge it. No, yeah, it's free, but the API key that they generated is probably linked to your account. It makes it itself, but you're the one who made it make itself. So if something goes wrong with it and people fuck around with it and find out that you have like some security leak in that, then it's your problem to fix. And your problem to pay up and pay the 200,000 euros in API cost that somebody put there. God damn. Yeah, I think it's not that much. It's probably there's some limit in there to that account, but it's like some public account that tracks how many messages are incoming. That would be an interesting approach. So let's focus again. We wrote like in the last hour we wrote like half a sentence. That's perfect. Because do you have to go to work tomorrow or to school? Or do you have free? Okay, so it's Friday tomorrow. Just have to keep track of time, what day it even is. H12Run, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for blessing me with no bugs. I hope you'll keep to that. Will be hard work ahead for you then, I guess. Just about to implement a galaxy that in theory, or not just in theory, in practice also, will display at least 10,000 stars, which you all will be able to go to, or not directly go to, but interact with. And each of them is like unique and is connected with their own hyperlane, and then you can get to that hyperlane. Okay, Pixel Test, see you tomorrow then. We'll have to call tomorrow because of the skiing trip. Have to set a time then. But could work today with the vibe coded game. So then let's plan our galaxy some more. Let's get our concrete next steps. So I mean we already got the idea, but I want the math to be a bit more clear. See ya, Pixelist. Put on and turn them into. I can't spell. Cartesian coordinates. What do you call it? Yeah, close enough. Close enough. Nah, close. Yeah, close enough. Good enough. Pull around and turn them into Cartesian coordinates. And then these. Then we return a list with our list and height that we provided. So we have that. Then we write a function that enough watching YouTube. Just checked on the Outer Boys YouTube channel. Just recently started watching some of their videos, like a month or two back. Then realizing that they stopped uploading in summer somewhere. Then realizing that he uploaded 3 more videos. I just wanted to check if there's any new ones, but he only made 3 ones this year. And yeah, that's it for this year. And maybe he uploads more, maybe he doesn't. I'm certainly looking forward to it. But it's not like there's any. He still has a couple of videos up that I haven't watched. A couple of videos. So. There we go. Only took us like an hour to write this prompt because my stupid little monkey brain just doesn't work so nicely right now. Oh dear. I feel that I am tired, but not so tired that I would fall asleep. So my brain is just stupid. But if I go to sleep now, I won't be able to sleep for at least like an hour and lie there for awake. And I could use this hour to keep working on the game. So what do? I keep more on the game because we only streamed for 8 hours now, which is not good. Only 8 hours of work or 9 hours of work in 2 days just is not enough to get our game to the point. But I could go to sleep right now or try to fall asleep as fast as possible. Then maybe wake up tomorrow a little bit earlier at like 8 or 9. Directly go to stream and then stream the entire day from morning till evening. And let's say we wake up at 9 a.m. That leaves us with 15 hours of day left. But because I probably won't go to sleep at that time, 16, 17 hours probably. So we could work a good amount of time. Rank up the numbers. Rank off what we're working on. And make good progress. So what do you think I should do? That's right. I will keep working on this star thing for at least 12 a.m. for another 45 minutes, and then I'll hit the sack, or at least I'll try to. So next implementation steps into Godot. So create a galaxy set. Autoload. Data should load. Bar stars array id int id x and y. Bar adj. What does adj mean? Adjacent list. Star id. Packed in 33 of neighbor IDs. What is a packed in 32 array? Packed in 32 array. Hey, yay. Theta and gamma, or what is this? Not wrong. Makes sense. Azimuthal angle in the xy plane measured clockwise from the positive x-axis. The polar angle measured by positive z-axis. Okay, so you got your peta. So is the peta
are these lines? Doesn't that just say?
Let's talk about polar coordinates. So you're familiar with Cartesian coordinates. You think about specifying a point in the plane via the Cartesian coordinates by simply saying how far along the x-axis I have to go and how far up the y-axis I have to go in order to get to the point. Well, polar coordinates are another way of specifying a point. We keep the x and the y-axis here just for reference to kind of see where we are. And then this time, instead of saying, oh, I have to go over x and up y, I say that I have to go through an angle of theta and then out a distance of r from the origin. And so we can get between Cartesian and polar coordinates using some trig. So for example, we have this conversion that says if I know what r and theta are, I can then tell you what x and y are. And vice versa, if I know what x and y are, I can then tell you what r and tan theta, and I can take the inverse tangent.
Easy reverse calculation.
So let me kind of show you how these formulas work. So, for example, if I draw this distance right here, and if I know that x is the horizontal distance, y is the vertical distance, I know that the total distance to this point right here would be x squared plus y squared square root. And that's where this r comes from. On the other hand, if I know this theta right here, this is if I call this theta, I know that if I make a triangle like that, then x can be the adjacent, y can be the opposite, and the opposite over the adjacent is going to be the tangent of theta, which is the same as y over x. So tan theta here, if this is theta, I get tan theta equals y over x.
Let's do it
On the
again.
other hand,
I
let's
can slap it.
if I draw this distance right here, and if I know that x is the horizontal distance, y is the vertical distance, I know that the total distance to this point right here would be x squared plus y squared square root. And that's where this r comes from. On the other hand, if I know this theta right here, this is if I call this theta, I know that if I make
C Quadrat. C Quadrat. Is then the distance between them. Does that make sense to me? So I have 2, 4 plus 4. Quadrat. 4 quadrat. 4 is 16. And the Wurzel of 16 is 4. Is that? It's 4. Yes. So the distance from there to there is 4. No, that doesn't make sense.
make a triangle like that, then x can be the adjacent, y can be the opposite, and the opposite over the adjacent is going to be the tangent of theta, which is the same as y over x. So tan theta here, if this is theta, I get tan theta equals y over x. On the other hand, let's look at these formulas here. So if my point is specified by an angle of theta and a distance of r from the origin, I can always drop down and say, well, what's this distance right here? Well, using trig, I'm on a circle of radius r. I can sort of draw myself a circle. I'm on a circle of radius r, subtending an angle of theta, and the x-coordinate of that point will be r cos theta, and the y-coordinate of that point will be r.
Yeah, it's stuff that we need to worry about necessarily, but I think I get the idea quite good. Or not quite good, but good enough for implementation, I would say. Or just list, which yes. Implement galaxy generation. Polar. Yes.
So in galaxy level, function generate galaxy num stars int radius float. Why would you do that? You could do that, but I don't really like that. Calculate the radius. Radius is r. Is that the radius? It's the diameter. Radius. 5 times 2 is the diameter. Radius is different. Am I stupid right now? What is the radius of a circle? The radius is the whole way around. Am I right? Am I stupid right now? Yo, welcome back. I'm having a little bit of a mental crisis right now. My brain isn't braining too much anymore. And I drank too much energy drinks and no water, and in general not enough fluid. My mouth is getting a little bit, my lips are like, what do you call it, dry. My brain is braining just enough, and it's just pissing me off. And now we got some math to do, which I really like to do, but my brain isn't thinking straight, and that pisses me off. Work to do. Can't think about this. We have to keep going. We have half an hour left before I turn off my PC, and I only worked 8 hours now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the damage is already done. Nah. But my goal right now is to make half an hour, and we got like 8 hours of stream done, which is not good because combined work from yesterday and from today. Today is 8 hours. Yesterday was at most like an hour of good work. So we got 9 hours of work in 2 days, where I had the entire day free basically. Okay, yesterday not so much, but I had the entire day today free, which could have been easily 16 hours. So I have no idea where this has gone, or I know where it's gone. It went into fucking YouTube watching and being a fucking monkey brain. Okay, at least you had a good time. Forgot to ask about the movie, yeah. So it was not like one of those sequels where it's like the second one is always worse. So the sequel is a good one. That's one good thing today. Then, it's up again. So that means that I'm able to, my library. No. I want my load new project. No. Posts. No. View profile. What is going on? My brain is not really doing me a favorite right now. Here, this is that. Oh, that's good. That's really good. It's not often that like a second movie is good, but I guess there is a really big audience behind Five Nights at Freddy's, so they probably couldn't afford to mess this one up. I guess the last games weren't the best ones, I guess. At least I heard that they rushed it a little bit, right?
Oh no, looks like they're still doing pretty good. Yeah, then I might have just. I guess here that dropped off a bit. Yeah, I never played it. I never played it actually. If I do, I might start with a VR version. I think a VR version is a little bit harder to play. It's even more creepy. Or not creepy, like scary. That's creepy. Oh boy. Yeah, that's like what I saw. That there were like a lot of bugs. That's what I saw. Ah, okay. So it's playable now. I guess that's with most games. Like, of course, there are some games that are just not bugged, but most games are just like released really buggy because they just want that nice pre-launch money and pre-ordering and go way too much over budget, I guess. But they fix it up after like the first half a year mostly. But I guess that is only possible if you actually get like the testing in some cases, I would imagine, to get like the feedback that player actually want, because they might not know. I guess that's like my what I think happens in these studios. They work on features that aren't really that important to the actual overall game, because they don't have the right idea what the customers value. So they might work on the wrong things, like adding some stupid characters that are just like Snoop Dogg or something that makes no idea to add if the game itself doesn't work, I guess. So these games then launch it, realize that everything that they build is basically stupid, and they have to fix certain features up. And yeah, that's, I think, and then like they realize that the community actually wants a not so buggy game and don't care too much about like weird characters not being in the game, and then they fix that up and have to focus it because they lose their players otherwise. So they have the pressure then to fix that and know what they have to fix. So I think that's what's a little bit going on, and might not have enough time to it. And I don't know, I haven't worked on in a game studio yet. So there will come like 5 more. There will come 5 more games. 5 more movies, or let's do it 4 more movies. Or will the next ones be like a bit summarized? I guess the first games have the most amount of lore, and then the next ones are more of like little spin-offs, I would imagine, spinning off the original one. Like, is there that much more lore to be covered in the next games that hasn't been that big, that you notice is like relatable to the world building of the original games? If that makes sense. Oh, okay, so there will be a third movie, but you just probably have to wait another 3 years or something for that, which I think is the thing that I hate the most. I think that's where I might be kind of a cool thing, because you don't have to wait too long on new releases if AI actually gets good and makes the workflow of people much better. I guess you don't want an AI generated movie, but if the
AI supports the artist and they use it correctly, then they will be way faster. Same with programming. If you use it correctly, you don't have a little monkey brain and sit here at 11 p.m. with, I guess, like 7 hours of sleep. Or yeah, then AI isn't the best help, but it helps you to stay a little bit focused. I see. So it's not like there's some spin-offs that are just like trying to capture like easy cash grabs, what I guess a lot of games try to do, or basically are. So they didn't tell the whole story already in the first movie or in the first game, and then realize, oh, it's actually pretty popular, so we make 4 more games. Yeah, I guess. I definitely have to play it sometime. I think it won't take too much time as well, right? Yeah, I guess 2 to 3 hours. I won't watch any playthroughs or else I get spoiled. I think I probably watched a explanation of it before. I think I watched a whole full lore video about Five Nights at Freddy, but I never played it. No, don't worry about it. I will be offline in like 20 minutes anyway, so don't worry about it. I watch your lore, still enjoy like the experience of the movie until it lasts. So yeah, don't worry about it. I'm offline anyways in a bit, so yeah. But before then, I want to at least understand what we're building tomorrow, so that when I wake up at 9 a.m. tomorrow and start streaming, then yeah, I will try to get to sleep today at way earlier, at least before 1 a.m. And I will have my phone away from my bed so that I don't have it directly in the morning there and start watching some dumb stuff. Okay, then see you tomorrow, man. I will start my stream, I said here, I will start my stream at 9 a.m. Even if I'm sleepy, even if I'm tired, I will start at 9 a.m. and stream as long as possible. So, implement Galaxy Generator, Polar Cartesian, yeah, we loop ID, first ID, compute Polar Coordinate from ID, use the Python vibe script, logic you already wrote, convert to Cartesian, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think that's basically sums it up. GD script equals y, yeah, and that's how you convert it back. Watched the video about it for just a second ago. Append to stars, yes. Optional later adds save galaxy, load galaxy, use store var to avoid generating every time. For now, you can just call generate galaxy once in ready. We also don't even need those store var because we don't want to clutter up the user's browser. So we are just storing it in our singleton, which will be persistent throughout the whole play session. So that should cover all of it. So yeah. Add function generate hyperlane. 200 once after structure here. Initialize adjacency. For
star in stars. Adjacent star transmitting. Yeah. For each star E, for each build a distance array to all other stars. Oh boy, this will be a big one because in every one we make at least 10,000 iterations over this. So 10,000 times 10,000 is a lot. 10,000 times 10,000. That's 100 million operations. How long will this take in a browser to complete? How long would I don't think this should take too long. Array to all other stars. That's a. Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing. For j in stars, for j at id equals id, then we continue. We only have this once. Var This did we what? We do what? No. Oh shit, yeah, that's not the only thing. Sort by D2 ascending. Walk through sorted. List and connect to the first K neighbor that are within X length. Distances dot sort column. Or a difference. Okay. Sort by D2 ascending. Walk. Yes. Or a menu. Okay. Add. Bigger equals for each I if adj id dot size smaller than 2. Force connect it to its closest neighbor in distance, ignoring max length. This ensures every star ends with between 2 and k neighbors. Helper. Add unpredicted edge. API to get local stars for your map. Now add function get neighbor star ID. Return adj.get star ID. Yes. Draw a small BFS starting from star ID using adj. Collect stars up to depth. Hopes away. Stop when you reach max nodes. Returns a list of star dicts or IDs to draw on the local map. Okay. Woohoo! Return a list of star dicts or IDs to draw on the local map. Get local position, center ID, and star IDs. For each SID, local y equals star dot ID minus center x, local y equals star y minus center y. Return list of ID and local y. For drawing, quick repair hyperlane and okay. Make end station. Create labeled star background. Yes, didn't work so nicely. So we are able to star background. Remove that shit. Star background. Where is our star background effects? Game effects, star background. Remove that stuff. So we have our parallax fur. It's near. Now go ahead. We see some good. Okay, we can add a little bit more. Like 40 to that. Let's see how this is. I think we can just increase the X size. Vision shape, which is equals to 200,000, and we So. No, 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 no. Hey. So there we go. I'm telling you, I just like, just flying like across this hyperlane itself. It looks good. The background just looks so cool, mesmerizing, like moving a little bit, but not too much. We have 12 a.m., but I don't want to go to sleep. I want to work on it some more. Let's quickly finish up this section. boost. Satellite go. There we go. Might also want to remove the mouse cursor and replace it with a dot on the screen or something. Maybe also want some speed indication on where we're traveling, where like our velocity is going, even when we're pointing like this. Got the little particles that we have already added here, like some good representation of like our speed. But the stars still look like really close. Like it doesn't make sense that we're traveling so far, so it looks like they're not that far away. So I will even more adjust them. 1.2, so we make this 2. We like this 3.5. Let's see how this looks. Still, it looks too far out. Five, and then we make this 1, and this we make 2. That the others looks. Still looks really big. I think it's because it's so clear. Usually you wouldn't have like this clear view. There would be some motion blur or something that we would have to put on here to make it like a bit more realistic. It's way too sharp. You wouldn't be focused onto that, so you understand what I mean. So I want to use this chat to build the galaxy with you. Look at the document that I provide you here. This is our entire chat with ChatGPT, and there we talked about the implementation in the last message. We planned it out over the last couple of days over the chat history, and the last messages that we sent, the last two to be specific, are the ones how we are implementing it. Do you understand? And do you have any more questions? The first thing that I want you to do not implement this all at once. The first thing that we will do is make the basic scene setup work. The basic things, the stuff that needs to autoload, we make the templates for these scripts, or not the templates, but we make placeholders for all of the scripts, and we will fill them out one by one. We will first start out by making the Galaxy script, add this to the autoload, and after that, the next time I tell you what to do next, we fill that autoload with the first function, and then the second, and so on. And only after that, we will make some visual changes and so on. We first are gonna make basically the backend, and even in the backend we divide it into different depths, so that we are able to nicely orient this, don't get lost in implementation hell where we don't have an idea what we're doing and what is going on when. And yeah, do you understand? Oh, so we're gonna mark this chat now as
Galaxy. Haitian. Ah. Cha, 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 cha. It's coming all together, boys. It's all coming together. By the end of tomorrow, we have a functioning map, functioning game. You start, select a map, fly that route, get back into it, select the next map, next route, fly that route. That cycle continues until you pay off your debt. Pay off your debt. And when you pay off your debt, you are the best player in the game. Nobody will beat you. Nobody will be better than you. You will be the best player. The best. Most player out there of this game. The only one in the world. And that could be you. So give me one more day and you can start to play locally. Give you 2 more days and you can compete against the entire world. Give me 3 more days and everything looks super good. Give me 4 more days, you have upgrades, you have good visuals, and a finished game, a polished game, no bugs. Greatest player in the world. Could be that. Just give me 2 more days. Da, da, da. Generate galaxy. Generates a galaxy. Generate galaxy. Generates the galaxy 4 stars using polar coordinate system. Converts polar, air, theta to Cartesian x, y coordinates. Param 1 star number, total number of stars to generate, radius, maximum radius of the galaxy, generate hyperlanes between stars using K nearest neighbors algorithm, ensure each star has at least 2 connections and at most K connections. Maximum number of neighbors per gal per star per meter, max length, maximum distance for normal hyperlane connection. Get neighbors, get local position. Okay. Keep check autoload if it is there. Is it in the autoload? Yes it is. Galaxy. Game state goes beyond. Boys, I don't think I will get any sleep now. I should get sleep now. I'm going crazy. Why am I speeding like this? Ay, ay, ay. I don't think I will get any sleep now. I should get sleep now. I'm going crazy. Why am I speeding like this? Ay. Yay. So we got the script. Okay, then the next step completed. Okay, guys. I made a galaxy generator before. I used a Python script for that, and in that Python script I played around with it a little bit to generate this galaxy, to make the shape look good and everything. I will provide you with the galaxy generation script here. It was based in Python, and in Python I added a few extras like the color of the objects and make the stars look nice and a couple of things that we don't need here. Remember, this script is only text-based, we don't display anything. You know what data we want to generate with these functions, so keep it relatively simple math. Don't make complicated expressions of the code. Try to keep it so that people looking at it will understand the mathematics behind it and it's not too complicated. Of course, make it work. Don't try to make it work a little bit worse just to make it look better. Still, you need to focus on making it work good and work nice without errors, but try to not focus on making it the code so hard to read that nobody will ever want to look at it, but try to make the code looks good and readable in the end. And now I want to implement the generate galaxy function as we discussed before. The first step.
Generate radius error. Radius error using mix of the exponential central bias. Database randomly apply spiral twist theta. Database plus spiral twist error. Apply density. First one to make one commit, which is not entirely true, but I messed up because I didn't make this export earlier. We make one export before we set this. Save this, export, 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 at 0.6.1. Yes, 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 yes. We upload this directly to Itch, but before we're gonna push. Okay, implementation details. Consistent at top of script. Spiral twist equals 3.2. Control spiral arm tightness. Okay, density power. Controls centration. Center concentration. Center concentration 1.0 stars center. Okay. Why is it reviewing my code? Interview. This audio. Shit. That's not even my code. Try. It's not even stuff. No, not Minecraft. I am building a galaxy exploration game for a 1-week game jam. So basically a challenge where you build a video game within 1 week from scratch. And why are 6 people watching? No, I was just spinning around on my chair and zooming because I'm going crazy. Because this code is, yeah, making me so crazy. So, I can give a little showcase. I'm building this galaxy. It looks a bit weird because I switched the background color now. But just think of it here. This is the galaxy. Each of these dots will be one star. And each star is connected with other star is connected to other stars over hyperlanes, which will be the trade routes between these stars. And your job at the company is to establish these trade connections. Basically, like in Star Wars, make sure that these connections are safe to travel, there's nothing in the way, and to plot the routes that you can travel over there. So you start at one star, you pick one of the surrounding stars, and you have to travel there. You agreed or you signed up for the company because they had good pay, really good pay, and you signed the contract, and right after signing the contract, you realize, whoops, you have to pay for all the stuff yourself. But as you already signed the contract, there's no way that you can back out of the deal now, so you have to do the job now. So you directly have to get in debt from the company, which is for buying the ship, for buying all of the tools, for buying all of the fuel and so on that you need for the trips, and you only get paid for each run that you do. So you directly start out with $1.8 billion or something like that in debt to the company, so you have to work now. You select one of those routes, you are put on one of the planets from which you signed up on, you start, select a route, and you fly this route. The gameplay looks something like this. You undock from the station that you signed up on, then you have to fly through some asteroid clouds, asteroid fields without damaging the ship. There might be some solar farms that you have to fly through and avoid different satellites. Some orbital structures, some O'Neill cylinders, some spinning habitats, maybe some farming stations, and so on. Then there will be stations where there is a mining station, where you have like drones flying around the asteroids, shooting mining lasers at it to separate certain minerals or so whatsoever. If you fly through them, your ship gets damaged or directly destroyed. So you have to watch out for that, because you have to pay for all the damages yourself, because the company is not so nice to you. They have the full monopoly over the system. And as you already have the debt, you have to even help the company make more control over the system, because the company wants to have full control over every single trade lane. And there's no way that you can back out of that, because you're in debt to the company. So, once you covered one of these hyperlanes, and once you uncovered one of those hyperlanes, like you completed a run from station A to station B, this line is awarded to you. But what does that mean? First, you get money to upgrade your ship, to buy better sonars that warn you of upcoming challenges, because the game is in 2D for this game jam. Does it run? Of course it doesn't run. Perfect. It doesn't run. Well, then we have to demonstrate it in the browser game. But basically, you make this run. This is how it looks so far. 4 days in, we got the parallax backgrounds, we got the run structure spawning. I guess we directly hit like a clear area, so we have to fly for a bit before we see something. Got the parallax background today implemented. There's our asteroid field to fly through it. Don't hit anything. Damage model is also still missing, but currently working on the solar system implementation. You fly through, you get to the end, and then you get your money. And once you finish one of those runs, this is awarded to you. But because I like to overthink a little bit and like to plan a little bit too big, I ended up with the conclusion that we make this multiplayer, or asynchronous multiplayer, which means that you get one of those lanes. This lane that you uncovered will be stored in the server, who discovered it, when was it discovered, and then the user who discovered it. So this will be sent to every other player, and if now this player is at this star, he won't be able to make this run anymore, and when he hovers over this is awarded to you. The cool thing is, you basically compete on the scoreboard for getting the most amount of stuff discovered in the galaxy to compete. That's cool. And you also will be ranked by the debt you have to the company. This will be just an exam. Will be just like how do you call it? It will be like a representation of it, or like a rough calculation on the scoreboard to show it as like the company doesn't publicly show that everybody is in debt, whilst the company would get. People would not like it anymore because they need to be held in their place so that they don't rebel yet against the company. we'll see if we can make some cool plots there and game story. But yeah. Oh, you wrote something in the chat. Sounds like a cool idea. What are you using to make this game? And what is the jam? I'm using Godot. It's even better. It's the first actual project inside of Godot. I used it before, but I never really built a big game in it. 4 years ago I started out with it. And now I want to get back into it, so I have this one big game jam. And the game jam is the demastering jam. To be honest, I don't think my game idea fits to the jam that much anymore. The idea of the jam is basically you take an already existing game and you demaster it. Which basically means that you take an existing game and build it for a retro console. So let's just pick one of these consoles. You pick a game, I don't know, Fortnite, and you try to do it for the PlayStation 1 or try to do it for the Wii. So you have to reimagine it how you scale it down. The idea is quite good, but I already had like my game idea before I started the jam, and I wanted to get this game idea kind of existing. It is based on old game idea from me, but the game idea that I had back then was just to make like a 6 Degrees of Freedom racing game, which felt somewhat realistic. And I started developing it like 2 years ago, but just wasn't on and off. There was no real game loop behind it. I made a couple of devlogs on my channel about it, but there was not really a game loop. It was just a cool project for me to play around with the mechanics of getting VR up and running, getting joysticks, and making a cool player controller that makes the ship fly nicely. So I'm just wrapping a game loop around this time, so I hope this is okay for the jam. I'm not really doing a lot, but no, let me rephrase this. My goal with this jam is to get a finished game out and not necessarily to learn every single detail about how the game works. So you would say that normally in a jam you do it because you want to learn about every single part and be a better game developer. I would say that's 100% a good thing and that you should do in jams, but with this jam I want to get the game out, so I'm relying quite heavily on AI to give me all of those big systems, and I guess without the help of AI I probably wouldn't be able to get this big game ready in a week. So that's one thing that I will make clear on the page, and it's not necessarily a direct port to a console. I'm having the PS2 in mind, but it is a little bit but it is like a little bit, yeah, too big for a PS2 game already, probably. I guess with a lot of work you could get it on a PS2, I would imagine. It has a Wi-Fi and Ethernet connection, so you are able to connect to the internet, so you could pull the server data, but yeah. Oh, more messages. There were not many sci-fi flavor games having mechanics like this in the... Yeah, I think I based my game idea a little bit of course my old game, the player controller, but the lore was based a little bit on Hard Space Shipbreaker, which is, let's open a new tab, it's the Hard Space Shipbreaker, which is this game. You basically dismantle ships, and there's also a nice game loop wrapped around with a company that doesn't really care about you that much, and all of these different things. This is the one of them. And then there is Delta V Rings of Saturn, which is kind of like my second inspiration, which is a game that Delta V, which is the second game that I really like playing. And it has like a really cool mechanic. I think it was also made originally in an indie game and then scaled up, and it is an indie game, but it was built in a game jam, I think, the first time as well. I heard this somewhere in a video. And basically here's the goal. Also, you work for a company, but there's not that much lore behind it. There's lore behind it, but not as big as like Spaceship Breaker. But the game mechanics is really cool here. There's really realistic ship play. As realistic as you can get it in for a video game to make sense. Be playable. You basically have to chop up these asteroids, collect the minerals, and fly back, sell them, get better parts for your ship, and so on. So kind of that's are the two games that I mostly rely on. So I would say, yeah, they're a little bit older, not too old, but. Are you going to make per server time-based competition, or more like any dangerous near infinite galaxy with some trigger for a hard reset? Let me read that again. Are you going to make a per server time-based competition, or make like an really dangerous near infinite galaxy with some trigger for hard reset? I think to that I have to see. My original goal was to get 1 million planets. I originally had the idea that I do planet to planet, so you connect all of the planets. But there you wouldn't really need a hyperlane between a planet. Also would be a cool thing, but that's a bit too big for planets. And then you have a planet, and planets orbit stars. So I would have had to add a mechanic where you have a star, and then beneath the star you also have like the planets. And I think having to add like another layer of planet generation would have been quite difficult, or like more work, more a technical drawing, more like thinking about it and so on. In theory, I thought about this. You could like have like each star is an ID, so you could take each star ID, and from the star ID you could generate the planet ID. So you fly to the planet, to the star, and then go beneath, but that would have been too much. So I had the idea of like 1 million planets, which would have been possible. Then I tried it with 200,000 stars, where each has approximately maybe 5 planets was my original idea. But then think about it, 200,000 is a lot. It's a lot of stars. And if you think about it, you have 200,000 stars, and let's say each of these stars is connected by one hyperlane, which you make one connection. Let's just say you have 200,000 hyperlanes as well that you have to uncover. So 200,000 hyperlanes, each hyperlane, let's take a minimum value, like a average value, which will be like 5 minutes per hyperlane that you need to take to discover it, which would be 1 million minutes. 1 million minutes, to convert it to hours, is 16,000 hours, or 70,000 hours to round it up. And that divided by 1,000 people is 16 hours. Did I make any wrong step in the calculation? No, I don't think so. No, maybe that's not too much actually. But yeah, basically, if that calculation was correct, which it's already almost 1 AM, so my brain might be fried already. So I might have just calculated bullshit. But it would have taken a long time, and you would have, as a single player, you would almost see no progress as soon as you scroll out to the galaxy. Which would be cool, but you have to consider we're in a game jam, and if people rate it, they want to see some kind of progress to have like an idea of how it feels like when you play it for a little bit. So my idea for the game jam is to have a galaxy with 10,000 stars. And so each of these the galaxy is 10,000 stars. If I actually take this further as the game jam and people really like the idea and might want to see more of it, then you of course could change the lore so that the company discovered this planet thing and are now expanding to other galaxies. So there was some kind of, if we have hyperdrives, we can also make like fast drives to other galaxies. So this could be like a server base. I think you would call it like a make per server time based competition. This probably, but then if this really is so well received, then you might even be able to make a procedural galaxy where there's a shit ton of galaxies out there, And each player can basically pick one galaxy, kind of like No Man's Sky, and go there and build there. So that's kind of like the Lodge thing. I'm sorry if I'm talking a little bit bullshit here, or not really, if I really don't really talk clear. It's quite late. I've been up a little bit too long already to do this. I streamed the whole day. Just excuses, I know, but I will also won't be doing too long. Probably like maximum like half an hour more. Get the galaxy generation here checked out if it works correctly, and then I'll have to sleep and come back tomorrow. One more. As for the master technically, it's kind of the master of 3x terrain conflict. Really? Okay, so it already exists, then maybe I'm not inventing something new here. X3 terrain conflict. Oh yeah, of course. I played X4 actually. I was just thinking like X3. Yeah, mine rang a bell somewhat. But yeah, there's a X3. If there's X4, then it's probably an X3 as well. Makes sense. Okay, I never thought X3. I played X4. It's kind of like that to some extent with the Discovery, I think so. Yeah, I guess from the Discovery system you can take that. We can actually wrap this up for the jam, like just send it like this, that yeah, we always thought it's the recreation of X3 or X4. Thanks for the idea. No, I'll be honest, in the jam I used a lot of AI, so if there's somebody that started out and really put a lot of work himself into it, I want that to be fairly rated. I'm not sure, there's no money on the line anyways, so there is nothing that's keeping me from being totally honest on the jam, other than may it be disqualified from being rated, but then, oh no, I spent a week and had a great time building a game. Welcome to the stream, Mike. Yeah, I think you came a little bit later. I told this, I have a really big game idea, so I use quite a lot of AI to help me build the game. I make this 100% clear in the jam myself, that I use AI for the coding. I tried to play around a little bit with AI for getting my prototype assets as well. Did not work too well there. I think I would have been way faster if I learned how to make good art myself then. So AI for the art is not happening, but I guess you can also see that in my artwork if you look at like my nice drawings here of like the solar panels. You see it's like the collider on top of here, but take this off. Got a nice panel here. Some really structural draws. I guess, yeah, you know what I mean. So as long as your honest AI is fine to move quickly, and if you have something that you like, you can go from there. Yeah, 100%. I mean, my goal here with the jam is not directly as a learning project. I mean, there's like the differences in projects. If you start out programming, you're probably gonna start with learning projects. You make tutorial after tutorial, go like to over 20 different project ideas in the first 2 months almost. That's how it felt like for me, at least in the start. And with the learning project, the goal is more of like, I want to learn this feature, I want to implement this one feature in the game and see how I'm able to do this. But you're not really aiming for a complete game. Making a complete game is really, really difficult. There's a lot more things that go into it to actually bring it to market, to actually have a enjoyable experience for the user that is from the start to the end. I never got to the point where I was really able to launch a game yet. I focused after that on making my little AI project assistant down there in the corner, if anybody is interested. So that's a bit more of mine, has been a bit more focused on my end so far. But I really enjoy the whole game loop. And with this jam, my goal is more of like, get something out there, get a really good experience for the users out there. The mechanics should feel good. I want the art style, of course, has also to fit to the style. So the parallax background, I think, does quite a lot for that. Probably still doesn't run. Yeah, no, it still doesn't run. The AI, it just got AI to generate this code, so I guess it doesn't matter. You could remove it real quick. Galaxy, and then we can run it. Can we run it? We can run it. Yes. So you spawn in, you have the parallax background. It does to show you how fast you're actually going compared to the background. You have like your solar station, your solar farms here, and so on. I try to keep AI using a minimum just because no matter what, it kills all momentum in my project. Also, it's more gray, most dark gray. Yeah, I see what you mean. With AI, there is a it's really easy to let the AI do way too much, so that in the end it generates like 90% of your code base, but you have no idea how all of that works. You just, oh, it works, okay, I'm gonna take it. The problem is if you just make like a test project, or you get it to, like right now I made it generate for the parallax background. I didn't want to draw it myself, so I just got AI to make this Python script, which basically takes this function, this pill function right here, pillow I think it's called, a function right here, and it creates an image, which transparent background, and it makes dots on that looks like stars, and so on. For this, I don't have to care about how it directly works. Okay, in the end I ended up understanding how it works because it was broken and I had to fix it myself. So, but in theory this is the script that you just use once or twice and doesn't need to work a long time. But if I have for the code here in my game, I'm not just gonna let it run it and okay, done. I'm going through all of the script I just generated, and I'm going through it line for line, following what it does. Here it has number of stars, here we have the number of stars, and loops through each star that we want to do. It creates the RNG for it, and we take the seed of that as the hash of the star ID. And I go through all of the script to understand how it's gone, so that when I later have a problem and don't really understand what it did, I can later there's some problem with it and I have to fix a bug, that I know what to do. And if the code is AI generated, that's just hell, because you work with code that you never seen before, basically. So that's where you have to really be careful. Use it so that it helps you. Like if you have like inline completions that does like 2 or 3 lines for you, that's perfectly fine. If you do like these big codes like I'm doing right now, you at least have to spend like 10 to 20 minutes before you submit it and actually understand how it does. Or else you're just gonna be doomed in a couple of days when you have to go back and fix stuff in it. And the AI for some reason isn't able to do it for you. Yeah, I will either put it in the game itself. I will probably put the disclaimer there of all the things that I say. I will tell how I built the project, a little bit of text there. Maybe I also record a little bit of video for it. I might I have a friend, a Pixel Test. He's asleep now, but he will be editing the trailer for the game. He's really good at video editing, and a friend of him will voice like a trailer. And we came up with like a cool script to make like a propaganda video for the company, to draft you into the game and get into the company. So when you start out, it presents you like this glorious future that the company does, and it's so good and will make you rich or will help humanity. And it's kind of like the idea. And after that before that I will probably put like a disclaimer. This large portion of the code was made with the help of this game, or else I wouldn't have been able to complete the thing. We will think of something there to make it authentic and be realistic there. I mean, I streamed the whole experience. There's no, there's no reason in lying to the jam. There is no winning here in the jam, so there is no reason for me to lie about it, basically. So I think we will have to. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal for to worry about. I mean, I would prefer to work in a world where LLMs and generative AI wasn't a thing, but unfortunately we must exist with our own constraints. You do have to be. Yeah, I think that's true. A world without an LLM, I think in general AI will make things better. Of course, every company, every single thing is based around AI, or AI this, AI that. We have the AI window curtains for every reason. So I think there's a lot of huge boom about it. Kind of there's the predictions that there will be an AI boom, not AI boom, the AI crash, like the .com crash, where everybody put like .com in the early 2000s behind it, and you got like lots of money. And right now it seems with AI as well, because everybody thinks AI is going to do this and everything. There will be a lot of good from AI, of course a lot of harm probably as well, like with the arts being stolen and so on. We all know what it's about, but I think in general the AI will make things a lot more easier, life more easy. Well, it will replace a lot of jobs, but it will make jobs that are dangerous more safe. So I think in general it is a good technology, but you have to use it wisely. Every technology has the potential to be used in a bad way, but it can also be used in a good way if you use it correctly. So I think we have to learn how to use it and how to. If you want to do good with AI, then learn what you can use AI good for, or you don't need to use AI, but if you can, then the AI is able to get you to your goal faster, then I guess that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm just reading. Well, but for the love of God, not only does it look at it, your message about not using AI for graphics. I thought about it. I thought to use it in the start to have some good graphics in the game. I will probably use it a little bit to when I get the time in my station modules, because they just look like shit. To get like ChatGPT to give me a few suggestions of how I can make this look better. Generate me a couple of ideas and then go over it again and so on. And that was kind of my idea for it. But I definitely see that like making the whole game based around this AI thing is not really a good thing. Like it looks like shit in the end, which I saw. I installed Stable Diffusion at the start of the week in the hope that it might be able to do a little bit of the pixel art work for me to get some prototyping and fast iteration. There is no fast iteration in that without like at least like 2 weeks of setup for the AI probably. Just catching up on the chat. Now at like 1 a.m. there's more chat activity than there has been the whole day. The whole 9 hours that I've already been live. Not used to this much chat activity. I mean, I'm not saying AI makes everything better. I'm saying AI will have a lot of benefits to society, to automate a lot of tasks that we might not have the people in the end for, or the workforce in the end to do that. Of course, they will take a lot of jobs, but we will adjust to it. People thought the end of the world or cars will go away, because well, what happens? We have horses. We don't need cars. See what's now, I guess. Most of us probably have never sat on a horse's back, or nevertheless ridden it down the road to get groceries or whatever. I guess back then you didn't have grocery stores as well, but you get the idea. I think in general AI has a lot of benefits for a ton of different applications, but of course there's bad too, so it's not everything better. But just be logical here. Think about it. You can probably name a couple of things where it makes your life easier, better, even if that's just making homework for you. Even though in the long run that's probably not the best case, if it just does the learning for you or what you're supposed to learn. But you get the idea. Yeah, companies do new innovation. I agree with that companies add like this AI just to get like more investors on it. That's true. That's what I mean with like this AI flop. There's like, this is where AI will be helpful to us, but companies are pushing it up here just to get more investors, just AI on everything, AI this, AI that. So at some point AI investors will see, okay, everybody uses AI now, so there's everybody we should invest in. So everybody is just the average now. So all of these companies would lose a lot of their investing if they bet on AI and if they lose the smoke screen. So at some point this will fall down. But you get the idea, that after that, you will have this drop probably down for where the AI, nobody will like to use the AI anymore, but then slowly it creeps up to where it's actually used for. There is like an actual term for this graph, but I can't remember it exactly. But you probably can find some good videos about it that explain it 1,000 times better than I do. Or at least what my little monkey brain was thinking about at 1 a.m. in the morning. Cancer cells. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, I think I'm just talking about the general idea of AI. I'm not talking about any kind of specific, like, this is the AI that makes videos, which is generative AI, or like images, but then you also have like machine learning. I guess a lot of people assume machine learning also is AI. It's not really. It's more of like a smaller AI system, what do you call it? It's just like adjusting variables based on itself and see what is the better outcome. There's a lot of different kinds, so I agree there. We might be talking about different things. I guess the AI that just steals art from other people, or companies that steal art from other people to train their AI systems, is not a good thing. Especially not if you don't pay those people and just regard the laws of like the copyright for it, which is not cool. So I don't know where AI images is actually right now a good solution, other than for companies to make more sloppy ads, to make it more easy for you to spot ads, or companies that want to sell you dumb stuff. So I guess that's the only upside. Now if I see an ad, they don't even put effort into it and you see directly. So I just buy less stuff. Not that I act on AI to buy more stuff, but you see that the AI is just you open here. Like I play solitaire a lot of times. Like it's just I don't play a lot of games, but solitaire is one that I consistently keep coming back to for some reason. And if you start a game, okay, now let's not start the event. You start one here. Okay, this time we don't get an AI thing. At least I don't directly. Yeah.
Go away.
Sound. There is some really fun stuff that you see where it's like, are people actually falling for this? There's this one ad about like a toy. Yeah, I don't think we get it right now. But there's this one ad about like a toy, which is like a dog toy, the most realistic dog toy they're saying. And it's like literally just for grandma. I guess grandmas and old people play solitaire, so I guess it's the right target audience. But I see it directly. It's like, oh, come on. I would have been able to just make this photo of my product myself. So even if it's a legitimate product, you just have less trust in it. Mhm. Yeah, I saw those AI cook ads as well. I think I saw them the first time on like a Corridor Crew review where they were like making a video about detecting AI. Am I saying the Corridor Crew? Don't tell me. The Corridor Crew. Here they made like a video about spotting AI. I think this one is what actually.
It's buying time.
And there they also reviewed like the Coke advertisement. And in the end they didn't even make the full ad. Yeah, here it is. They didn't even make the full ad like AI generated. They still had to go in there and had to like edit the Coca-Cola logo on there because the AI was just not able to get it on there. So there was still a lot of like after effects processing done. But I guess it reduced some amount of cost, but just with this amount, come on. I think they released also stats on it, how much they took. So it was more of like an experiment and showing how much it took. I think the end of that they showed it. Let's see if we can find it. Did they show it? No. I think, was it this ad then? I might be wrong here. But they, somewhere I think they showed like the stats, how much iterations of that video it took them to actually get that Coca-Cola ad. And I think it was something like 20,000 videos that they generated, or video clips that they generated to get this 20-second advertisement, which is just insane. To go through all of that, I think it's been more time efficient to just get somebody to learn Blender and do that stuff by themselves.
Okay, but I think it's slowly. I already wanted to go off an hour ago. I will try to finish my review here on this script because there is a bug with it. Still, that I want to take out. I want to run a couple of tests before. First, I want to show you guys my test right here on this, which was the Galaxy generator. Oh, this is the old one. Oh, even better. This is like the also AI generated, or like what means AI generated. There's a lot of work that went into before creating this. I probably spent like, zoom in. Yeah, this would be like the star map. I spent like a whole weekend talking to ChatGPT, explaining everything how I wanted to look, and then in the end ending up in Cursor, going through each code one by one. And this is like a galaxy with 10,000 stars, which is already a lot of things. You have to at least make like 10 to 20 missions to see like your little speck of stars being down here that you connect. And this was like the code that we generated with ChatGPT. And I want to check out here if it copied the values one by one. It looked like it. Except this one, oh, spinal twist. And I really like the mathematics behind it. I'm not that good with math, but I really like learning about it. And actually applying is, it's a little bit more difficult for me. But I really loved going into the details and like this, and we have our star, and how do you map this? I still don't understand the full concept of how we actually get this placement of the stars. This is like the little bit of the mathematics that I skipped a little bit to have a bit more time for the actual implementation. But like I took a lot of time to figure out how we can get this. You have this big galaxy. You don't want to store it directly in a database. I guess with 10,000 lines that's still completely fine. I guess Superbase, which I will use for which I use for my database provider, is even in the free tier. I could use this data model. I could store the entire database in there, and still would be fine for people to use it. So I'm not going over the bones there, but let's say we have like 200,000 stars, then it gets really close. I think 200,000 stars Superbase would have been able to handle it, just so, but it would have been close. So we are like procedurally generating this galaxy. We basically count up the stars from 1 to how many we want, so 10,000, and then we put each star count. So 1, we put this into a random number generator, which places this randomly on this map. How exactly this works in the backend, we're gonna review it in a second and see if I understand it. Which is basically this code, which doesn't seem like too much, but yeah, let's try to get to this so that I can get some sleep. Now, what time is it for you guys? You joined quite late. Are you all from Europe or maybe even Germany, and also just staying up, or from around the world, America or any other country where it's not 1 AM yet? Okay, see you, Zhangli. Did I say that correctly? Zhangli, maybe I see you tomorrow. I will stream for the rest of the week till Sunday. I will stream from the morning when I wake up till when I go to sleep. Today was an exception because I was a lazy shithead and had to watch YouTube for 6 hours until 6 AM to catch up on the YouTube that I didn't watch. Which I don't know, I even ended up there. I just kept watching it. Oops. 6 AM. Yeah, woke up way too late at 1 PM. And now we're here. And I'm still got an energy drink. Oh, I didn't drink that. I just drank that 6 hours ago already, or 7 hours ago. Still kicking.
which is not good if I want to go to sleep now. So let's finish the review, at least to an extent that I can accept it, and then go to sleep. Star ID, loop over every star, yes. Yeah, we got a random generator based on each star ID, which I don't know if that's the best approach, because this is also quite heavy to implement this every idea, but we'll run with it for now. We can adjust the performance later. Okay. Yeah, I think that's actually kind of the process that you described. I think that's almost exactly how it does it. For the placement itself, I understand like the theory of it, but the actual implementation is a bit more difficult, and I'm not that well with it yet. I mean, it's the first time that we actually generate this logic, or the second time. The first time was just fully vibe coded to get like an idea how many stars on a certain area, how this would even look like. That's why I vibe coded this thing. But this seems really complex, so that's why I told it to be a bit more concise here with generation. Let me check this out if I'm correct. Did I understand this here correctly? So you basically have this disk and you're randomly distributing. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I guess you could also do that with the seed. Do we end up with the same thing every time? No, we don't. But you can, I mean, truly random doesn't exist, so you can probably do this. Do this one with the seed as well. Get the white mode out of here in a second. I will take a look at this tomorrow. Maybe we can rewrite this function to be more efficient. I think for now, yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, every player has the exact same calculation. In this process, I will still have to go through this to understand, but we only use this one random number generator, which I guess what you just call me, what is it, the poison? Did I spell this correctly?
Poisson disk.
Poisson disk. Poisson? You know. This looks interesting because
promises to distribute them more randomly. I guess we have to do the actual testing with this one right here and see how accurately it displaces this in a certain area. Because my fear here is that you have this disk and you have this back, for example, where you spawn on this star, you only have this star nearby, and you have like a big distance to other stars around, which would cause like a huge hyperlane, would be a huge hyperlane, and as well would seem a bit odd to have this distance. I guess so far I haven't found too much about it to be that bad. Like most of these positionings look quite good and there were no big overlaps in planets. Here's like a good lump of planets, but I think so far we here. So I think this might actually be a better approach, but I have to remember that because the center has quite a few. Also not too bad. We need to imagine. I don't want to make this like the change the density of the grid is a good approach. Can I zoom out again? There we go. Because we only have like 4 more days left, or 3 more days I guess now. We got today, wake up again, Saturday and Sunday, and then we have to release. So by the end of today or tomorrow, or we want to call it, by the end of Friday, so 24 hours, we will have to have this whole generation map done. I don't really have time to make it super efficient, although I would love to do that. To make it super efficient, make it spawn really fast and understand the math really deeply, but I don't think that's realistic for me. I overthink stuff way too fast and end up wasting a bit of time, which I don't want to end up with a game that doesn't really work nicely. So I will use this for now. If there's a big problem, I'm pretty sure we won't have too much problems rewriting that in theory. Yeah, we'll see about this. I guess AI won't be too difficult to change it later. Just have to watch out that our server infrastructure and so on won't be too affected by it. But thanks for the advice, 100%. This might be really good. I will also note this down on my board. Don't forget the exact name. Color am I? That's the background color. So we have to keep that in mind. This might be a better way to distribute them. Because the idea originally came from just placing the planets like in circles round, which would have worked, but then it just doesn't look like a general. We still need some randomness in it, or perceived randomness. If we just put them in a circle, it just doesn't look interesting, like something that you want to explore. Other possibility is to throw grid out. Oh, perfect. Yeah, if I if I run into some math problem where I'm about to cry, I will come to you and hopefully you will be able to help me there. That would be really great. Yeah, perfect. Then I hit you up there. We're actually using a polar disk to spawn this, polar coordinates to spawn this. Wait, scratch here. My original idea was also to search the list to polar coordinates, but I will try to explain it tomorrow or the next time you're on the stream, maybe a bit better if you're interested in it. But we basically now store each variable when you load the game once. We store the entire map with the 10,000 stars. That's all right, I think, in a variable, so in a list where we then loop through when we open the map, so that we don't have to have too much calculational math to do.
So even if I sucked at it later, then I'm able to make like simple math now, where we have this list where we can basically search through by name, which is probably not the performant path. It was probably a mathematical function that we can use to calculate the position here, to just make it with like one simple function instead of having to loop through a list or whatever. But we reduced it down already to a lot of things, to my original approach that I was coming up with while getting back from work. Guessing.
I'm pretty sure that I've seen some of these words before. I guess ChatGPT already got quite of a good approach for this. I mean, we had like this. I started out my GPT chat here with like one simple chat, and I basically merged down the chat always further and further, and got this Galaxy implementation where basically big chat where went over every single step. I get the game, jam idea and everything, what I wanted to build, got the whole game idea out of the way, and then spent like a lot of time like actually going down in the math how we could calculate it. My first idea was just to get a star ID, from the star ID get the placement on the grid, but this would just also be a bit random, so I got a bit back and forth until I get to this point right now. But there's still a lot of optimization that we can do. But yeah, good to know that I'm not completely off. So I'm hopefully on the right track. We'll see about it by the end of the week, if I'm sitting in a corner crying because the math got too complicated, or if we're happy because we got a really cool game out there. So then let's finish our review, not make too long, maximum another 20 minutes. I'll just hit the accept. If I send this off now, then it will accept this automatically. Let's not do that. So just get a random float. Okay, to be honest, I don't really understand this mathematical formula, but I will keep it for now. I will try to understand it tomorrow if I got enough time for the other tasks that I will have. Yeah. I mean, I always liked math, and there was never really a time where I was really like, oh, I hate math, I don't like this, even in school. But then again, in my school there was not the best amount of math. We had a lot of kids that didn't understand it, so we didn't get all of the math material done that we should have had most of the time in the year. So I guess we didn't get to the hard part. There was one teacher who really pushed it a little bit too far, and then he was kicked off from the school after a little while because he, well, got too close to girls. That's what I heard. So
yeah. And then we got back to a teacher that was more chill with math, who was actually quite good at explaining trigonometry, which I really enjoyed, of the calculations. until circles. Circles, she just randomly put like one page or a pager that showed like, oh, circle to calculate them this, and then you just assume the rest and just say, oh yeah, just use that. Which I hate if you just say, yeah, just use that, it works. But if I don't understand how this thing there works, then I don't understand the rest of it. I can't build it together in my brain. My brain works a little bit weird in that sense. Just telling me, yeah, just use that, just doesn't help me to actually learn to use it. So here, that's just because of that thing, I probably won't be able to understand the rest of the code too well for now. I can use it and I can accept it, but if I were to write a test now, I probably would fail at it. I see, okay, so smaller is the breakup, perfect curve. So you get like your little distributions to make it more random. And the cool thing is it always uses like the same seed, so everything we do with our random thing here is based on the seed, so it's repeatable for all players. With just no, we don't even need to give the players any IDs. We just need to tell them. We just need to call the same function because it will always be the same seed. Might be a problem later if we implement a different solar system, but like another solar system, because it would also look like this, but you can probably add like +1 on all of them. So add like another random thing. So radius, we got the noise. Twist and increase with radius. Spiral. Add natural and get override. I mean, the best thing that we could do is just get ChatGPT or this to give us like a rundown of all of the numbers, but this would take too long right now. I really want to understand this code though. Let's see if we can get the time tomorrow. I will have to see how we will get along with that. It will be a challenge to understand all of that and understand it correctly, implement this. But yeah, we want to get a finished game and not... We need to keep our goal in mind, what we want to achieve with this. Convert Kohler, Cartesian. Yeah, this is what I still understand this one. I watched a math teacher explain this conversion and how it works. I still get this. Yeah. This part I understand. This part I understand. This part up here is a bit more, it's more complex. X and Y with that. Multiply this scale to radius parameter. Distance to get center of the solar system. Yeah, there's one thing. Yeah,
I think we have one benefit here, and that is that we basically, the star map is more of like a menu. The star map is nothing that you directly, I mean, you interact with. How do I say this? It's just like you select this star, and you fly there. You don't have to, even if they're like overlaid on the same thing or like really close together that they'll always look together, you stay able to click through them and be able to continue. That's not the problem. Just like a graphical bug that would annoy people and would annoy me probably as well if I would be there. But I guess for a game jam, that's still something that is that can work. Okay, how do I say this? I think the problem that we have is if we have a hyperlane. If we search this area, I planned this out here. We get this area. We say this is our planet right here. Here I thought I would do this with polar coordinates, but this wouldn't be too good because you get a lot of different overhead which you don't necessarily need to search. You basically search through the entire thing based on these parameters, if any of them coordinates are in this field. The problem is though that you might have a star that is completely centered in that here, and that here in this area here does not have any neighbors. So what do you do if you don't find any? You should just expand the area, and you do this as long as until you find like the neighbors around it. But we actually only care about the stars that are connecting him. There might be stars that are sitting still do this black, that we're sitting right here or right here, but we don't really care about them because they are connected to the other areas back here, and we only need to know this star and this star to continue. We only need to find these two stars. So what I do know right now, when we generate this map in the start, which might take 1 or 2 seconds with the 10,000, with 100,000 this might take a lot longer with the current mode. We do operate like probably over 1 billion operations which we need to generate this, all of that to get ready to play. We only need to know these two. So we store the planet ID, and then together with the planet ID we store the X and Y coordinates, and then also we have an adjacent list to that planet ID of all of the hyperlanes that it is connected to. So in this case, if this is planet ID 1, we store planet ID 2 and planet ID 3 in this adjacent list to it, so that we know these are the 3 connecting it. So we then search basically through a tree search. If we display the map, instead of searching an area of things, we just go down like 3 or 4 times about these children. So this star, we spawn these two, we place them on the map. Before we place them, we get these two, and then we check for this, what are their children. So you get this guy, and this guy, and then we check this for this, or this guy right here, and then from this right here we have this guy up here, this guy, which we already have, so we don't need to do them twice. Then we also get this one, so we do this 3 times, and we already have all of the surrounding areas to make like to fake the galaxy around us that we found all of the stars. This might be that it doesn't find the stars because it is like connected to 5 stars back here through a regeneration glitch or something, but this doesn't necessarily matter. It's just like a visual artifact that would bother you, but we only need to know the stars that are close to us to actually generate to have the game functional. Oh yeah, that's one thing I haven't... I mean, okay, let me rethink. I'm not making planets. I only make the stars. The planets would be a cool addition. I even think that planets won't be that difficult to add on the map, but they would have added like a lot of overhead of what we needed to store on the database to make it look interesting and cool. But I don't think it would have been the best how do I say it? Like it would have been the best idea to. I can't think what the hell is going on. It would have just added more work, more code that wouldn't be 100% necessary. It would have been cool to have like subsystems where you have some missions on these stars, but I think that would have been a little bit too much work. So you only it's quite so that's like makes it more easy to just have the stars. So it's not that difficult of a equation anymore. But yeah, I think your thing also holds up a thing. I'm just saying so that you're not trying to make this make the calculation that you do right now for yourself more more complex than you have to, because we so far don't have the stars. We could just make stars and have them be randomly generated. We could just take the star seed as well and clamp them, get an integer random back of between 2 to 5 stars or 1 to 5 planets that we want, and then we always have the same planets. Then we still have to connect them with hyperlanes and so on. So this would have been way more work that I just didn't think I would have the time for. And I think I'm right with that assumption. But yeah, I think we can check this one as done, and it just removed one of these. Okay. So that's one of the problems. Now we need to quickly add this and then check out. No. We project settings, globals, and we want to add our export scripts, and we want a galaxy one to add that script. Add. It's directly an arrow, which is really cool. Compiling. So I guess there's an error in the script. Let's see to get our error message. Yeah, I see. Right. Right, we can. Hey. We can just create a gigantic linked list for the entire system. Wait, that's an idea. But you have. How would you do this for multiple stars? Because stars could be like connected in a triangle, where you have like this car is connected to this, and this one, but they are also connected to each other. You can have like the intersection. If like each star would only be connected to the other one, that would be interesting or like easy for me to understand right now. But how do you get like this shape in the linked list? You only have like this to 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 this. An idea. Okay. Let me run this by this. here. Just this add more links is probably the the best response. More links. Oh god. Let's quickly put this. Not. What is your problem? X0. Hä? Not interface with theta spiral because it doesn't have a variable. Yeah, it didn't have this typeset. This is. It's a float, okay. Database. How does that work? Or am I doing something wrong here? Do we need this? Oh yeah, float. Maybe write it correctly. Do we need this double point here or? Load. That. Then if we just rerun this, am I? Ah, that fixed it. How? Wait. Okay. Wait, what? Stars, and we give it a radius of 10. What does it return? Wait, we do write all of that into our stars. Can I export that? Export bar. I think so, right? Convert. Oh, thank you. Okay, then. I think you really helped me out a lot here. This was really helpful to get a better insight into the mathematics, and I see you're a really smart guy with all of the math. So also have a good
good nights of sleep, and I might be able to see you tomorrow or the next few days. I will be live for the rest of the week till Sunday night once the jam is submitted, and then maybe even after when we play some jam submissions. But we'll see how much time I'll have after that as my job starts. So I also won't make it too much longer. I will try to test the code and then see you again. Hey, but I guess with time you get smarter, so I would say you're smart from my perspective. So you helped me out at least a lot right now with my understanding. Okay, see you, man. Have a good night. So then let's check if galaxy ray size, each of the stars, style here, looks okay. That would be cool. We don't make this tomorrow, but we could make like a little test script which would just loop through this list then, and then display that on a empty scene with like loops, just like each one spawns a node or a sprite, just to check out if the shape matches. Just what I say. I know that ChatGPT and other AIs. Was it ChatGPT? I think it was. I just googled it. How many nodes Godot can handle on its own, and it said like 1,000 to 10,000, a few hundred to a few 1,000 to a few thousand at once, to 10,000 I think. So we might be scratching the surface there with 10,000, but I don't think we will do like one node per star. We will probably generate like an PNG or like an image in the start, and then that we display that in the scene. Oh, I'm getting the freezes. How do I get that? It's not too warm in the room, but still. Yes, it's too late. The energy side effects are kicking in, I guess. So I have to go to the toilet, so we'll test it out tomorrow. It looks like the star generation on its own is working as far as I can see it right here. See if we can understand the math a little bit better tomorrow, if we get the time for it. And I think with 10, I say 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, I'm sorry. Won't be able to do this now. It's almost 2 a.m. So yeah. Have a good rest of your days. Make some progress. Oh, right now, Oyo, you just joined. I'll send you the link, but I won't be much longer now. You can check it out, and if you're interested, I will be live tomorrow again, so I can tell you more about it. Would love to. I love to talk to the camera where nobody's talking back. Oh, that's the part that I don't like too much, but you get the idea. Then I'll see you guys tomorrow, or girls. I don't know who's watching, or everybody's watching. I only see like every now and then. Then I see you, and have a good rest of your day. Peace out.